ready. Are you ready? Beautiful people, are you ready to get off your feet and release that blue energy? We'll move to the front of the class and throw your hands up in the air for The Right Rhythm. The Right Rhythm, a weekly musical experience featuring Antigua and Barbuda's top DJs. 2 hours of musical entertainment every Friday night from 8 p.m. on UPP, YouTube TV, and streamed live on all media platforms, as well as Progressive 107.3 FM. It's The Right Rhythm, brought to you by the United Progressive Party. The right choice.
It's time to join the family at the People's Cooperative Credit Union Limited. We offer savings accounts, deposits, fixed deposits, loans, among other related services. You can even become a shareholder by purchasing a minimum of 50 shares at $5 per share. Membership is super easy and convenient. Just visit our newly opened credit union building on Upper Newgate Street, Monday to Fridays, 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. with proof of ID and address, along with $15 to cover registration and passbook. And you'll be set and on your way. For further information, call 462-8888 or 727-2285. People's Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Today, tomorrow, together.
Extra, extra, come hear all about it. It's 3 for 1 Thursday, and we're marching to victory with the UPP. Yes, you heard me right. The United Progressive Party Redemption Train will be coming to the Radio Range playing field on Thursday, 10th March, for its drive-in, socially distanced political rally. Come hear our featured candidates, Sister Gladys Potter, St. John's Rural South, Brother Jonathan Joseph, St. Mary's North, and Brother Franz DeFreitas from St. John's City South, as they expound on their agendas for the development of their constituencies. 3 for 1 Thursday. On Thursday, 10th March, the United Progressive Party political drive-in, socially distanced political rally heads to the Radio Range playing field. Gates open at 6 p.m. with musical juggling, and the rally starts at 7:30 p.m. We're marching to victory with the United Progressive Party. The right choice.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to our coverage of our 5th in the series of UPP public rallies. This evening, we are smack dab in the middle of Radio Range, on the Radio Range playing field. And we want to thank you so much for joining us. If you're joining us via UPP TV, Progressive 107.3 FM, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever it is that you're joining us with, we thank you very much for being part of our coverage this evening. My name is Sean Nicholas, and on the panel with me at this point in time, we have Dr. George Daniel, who has been with us a couple of times before, and we have a fresh new face, Aziza Barton, and we say thank you for joining us. And as we bring the coverage to the people before the start of the rally, remember the rally this evening begins at 7:30 p.m. So we will keep you company until the start at 7:30. But let's get some opening comments. Dr. Daniel, we hear from you first. What's your opening comments for tonight?
Well, it's good to be here, and the issue that has seemed to have been in the media for the last week seemed to be related to the concept of truth. Mm-hmm. And I think I've heard myself being quoted from my past statements.
Yes.
And the fact that with respect to the Gaston Brown administration, truth seemed to be stranger than fiction. And interestingly, the issue revolves around that central spokesman whose famous statement is that we are going to dazzle them with BS.
Yes.
And I'm surprised that the whole ALP administration seem to be saying that we need to hear that BS. And it's time enough that somebody stands up and say that we need to be accountable for the things that we say. Mm-hmm. So I'm just happy that somebody is being called to account for the things that are being said.
Okay, and
we need to do that a lot more.
And I hope we get to talk a little bit more about that as we continue this evening.
But then it's good to be here in Radio Range.
Okay.
This is part of my old stomping grounds.
Okay, very good. I was asking because I was a little confused when I came in because I was looking for the old ABS building because I too can say it was an old stomping ground for me as well, but I guess the building, they have taken that down. Yes, okay. But we're so happy to be joined by a young lady, Aziza Barton. I wouldn't tell you she's not nervous. No, she's not. Aziza, thank you so much for joining us, and we're happy to have you on the team tonight.
It's a pleasure being here tonight as well also.
Yes. What is your impression of what you're seeing as we get ready?
Well, as the folks come in one by one, it looks like a promising, fulfilling event that will be happening tonight, yes. And we would love to see all you guys here coming out in your numbers, showing out and just making everyone happy.
Okay. Now, Aziza, I love talking to younger people than I am, yeah? Because I still consider myself to be relatively young. But, you know, sometimes people, you always hear the cry that young people and politics, the two really do not go together in a sentence. But somehow, in recent times, we're seeing an uptick. We're seeing more and more young people becoming involved, becoming interested, talking politics. What do you think is accountable or responsible for that?
Because of how the country is running right now, everything is just like, dead. Most young persons are out of jobs. We can't really get anything to do. We're always home, being bored, not doing anything. And it's a hard task, like getting into a working field, because most places they want like experienced persons to join their institution or whatever you call it, yes. But then some persons now, they don't have that level of education to say join their field where they're looking for actually. So yes, I would like to see we like come together, work with the young people to build them up and get jobs. Well, open opportunities for persons so they can work along together. Even though you don't have no experience, you can learn as you go, and then from there you can just flow with it.
Yes. So what you're basically asking for is for opportunities to empower our young people.
Right.
Yes. Dr. Daniel?
Yes. I've heard that complaint this week from young people who are saying that they made the application, they get the interview, then they're being asked for experience.
Yes.
So that reminds me of a UPP program.
Correct.
That gave young people an opportunity to gain that experience. And then those who were at the top of their class were then hired into the civil service.
Correct.
So we need more of that. I guess that program was cancelled by the current administration?
It certainly was. It certainly was. And I know that a new UPP administration, we will see that. And we see the benefits and the fruits of that program, because there are quite a number of young people who are still in the civil service, and some have even gone on because of that grounding that they would have gotten in that program. So yes, your concern, Aziza, is a very good one, and it's one that would have had the blessings of a united progressive party.
That's so true. And like he was saying also, like certain students, like they would have their classmates who's higher than them getting the jobs. Sometimes right now it's like it doesn't matter how much education you have, the job is still hard to get in certain aspects. So it's like, what's the point of, sometimes you just have to think like, what's the point of going to study and doing this, doing that? Like, it's hard nowadays. And then most places they just like they hire you, but then they expect more from you. But they are not teaching you what you need to do in order for you to
to get the experience and the knowledge.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Well,
true.
we didn't even get a chance to say thank you to Dr. Daniel. You realize he slipped out, yeah? And we want to say a very
I slipped in.
And you slipped in. I know I heard someone shouting, "Speak of the house," but I didn't want to look offset. Sister Jiz, thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And as our audience will, for those who can see, we now have an all-female panel, and I will let out the secret. That was the plan for tonight, but Dr. Daniel ably held the seat until you got here.
Well, we need the other gender, right?
Of course.
Absolutely, yes.
So your initial reaction, Sister Jiz, to all that you've seen on your way in?
To all that I'm seeing, I'm amazed at the number of cars that are already here.
Yes.
When you consider it's a 7:30 start, But that bodes well for us.
Yes.
It says people are excited, people are anxious.
Yes.
They are in the campaign mood and mode. And no matter what kind of day I've had, when I get to one of these meetings, I don't know, the feeling just changes.
You just feel relaxed.
It just feels so positive, so mellow, so hopeful. And, it's a good thing. It's a good feeling. Look at that. The horns are going already. I forgot my ear horn.
Because they're excited.
Indeed. And I'm excited too. Especially about being an all-female panel.
Certainly. And of course, this week on Tuesday, the 8th of March, we celebrated International
Women's Day.
And of course, a party that looks out for
women. We're more than happy to be celebrating woman and womanhood tonight. And hence, we have a panel of all young women, Giselle. All young women.
Now that I'm here.
But I'm not sure if you heard any of Aziza's contribution, and she made a very good point. I gave, what I noticed, that a lot of young people are getting involved in politics, are talking about politics. They're talking about politics, and I ask her why. And she's basically saying that the mood has changed. Young people are now becoming more informed and more active in terms of politics. What are your views on that, Jay?
I think social media is playing a big part in that. And the fact that young people, people who were in their teens last time, and those who are just in their early 20s, I think their consciousness has changed. And they're seeing themselves in the future.
Yes.
And asking, what's going to be there for me? I had a conversation with my daughter sometime late last year it was some festival, and some of her friends from away were here. And they were saying that they didn't feel like they had a future here right now. And so they were looking further afield. And they were also lamenting the fact that they thought with their education and the experience they've managed to amass that they acquire, they would have been further along. They thought they would have been like homeowners or small business owners and so on at this time, and they don't see it happening. They see it happening only for a limited few, a connected few. But despite their efforts, and they have done all that they were told to do. They went to school, they got good grades, they went on to college or university, and now that they're supposed to be seeing the fruits of that labor, they feel like it's out of their reach. And so they're becoming frightened, and as a result, they're becoming more conscious.
Is that how you feel, Aziza?
Yes, basically, because right now, to get things in Antigua, it has to be, pull string. I don't know if anyone would know that, but yes, you have to have connections with who's in a higher power and who's in this position and that position. You have to know somebody to get into that area where you want to be, which I find is wrong, because some persons, you hire them or you take them into your business place and they don't know what they're doing. So basically, an elderly person would go there and they would be like, okay, they come to do this and do that, and then you wouldn't know what to do and what to tell them or anything. So then you'll just be there they would be there wondering okay, why is this person here? What did they go to school to study? That's even if they went to school. But you see, the thing is, it's just pull string right now. So everything is just back to front.
But I have a question for you. Do you think this indicates that we need to change the curriculum
Yes, we do actually.
Because Sean is younger than me, but when I was going to school and you got like 7 O-levels,
You were right.
you're a genius.
Right, yes, you're a genius, but right now
And-
that doesn't
Right.
mean
but
anything.
When I left school, I went to work. I was 16 when I got my first job.
Right.
When I think of a 16-year-old now, I don't see that 16-year-old as a potential employee. They seem so young, so unfinished. So I'm wondering what it is we were doing then that made us more mature than now, when there's so many more educational opportunities, there's so much more exposure. I think we're teaching wrong, Sean, and I think we're teaching wrong, Aziza.
Well,
I think
everything
more
basically
life skills
Yeah.
need to be taught rather than so many academic subjects.
That's true. Basically, that's true. Because you have academic subjects and you still can't get into no proper job or anything. So, yes, life skills would basically be the ideal.
And in addition to that, as someone who has a child in secondary school, I think even the way teaching is done now, there is very little relatability to life. I remember when my son was doing grade 6 common entrance exam. And I take, for example, the social studies, preparing for social studies. And I am going through the textbook and they were talking about coal kiln and transportation and whatever. And I said, why study this from a textbook when we live it?
Yes.
And I remember a particular Saturday, I went into Willie Keys looking for a coal kiln, found a man who was clearing the coal kiln, he explained how it is. He had held a piece of the coal in his hand. And I said, you do not get this from a textbook. They talked about transportation. We went down to the port. We went to the airport. We said the containers come in on the ships. They offload them. They go to the supermarkets. They go to the wholesalers. They go to the resellers. This is how goods come to us.
Right.
And I think in terms of relating, so what we're setting our children up for is to pass an exam, but how do you apply what you have learned to practice, everyday living? And I think a lot more needs to be done. But a UPP administration is on the horizon, Aziza, so we are all very hopeful.
And we are very big on skills education.
And we are very
That's
big on
our
that.
thrust for the future.
Yes.
And I think in Trinidad, you cannot graduate secondary school unless you have taken and passed one of the skill subjects. So whether you want to do plumbing, you want to do carpentry, whatever, you must be able to use your hands when you leave school. I think there are lots more options now because, there's technology, there's a lot of services. But something too, Sean and Aziza, I think the pandemic brought out a lot of talents that our young people didn't know they had.
Yes.
You want to comment on that, Aziza?
Yes.
A lot of talents. Okay, yes. You're like fine persons. Okay, like some persons don't usually cook. So right now you see like everybody's cooking, trying to make a little dollar here, little dollar there, or who's out on the side road selling. Yeah, because things hard. So that basically drives them to do something more. So they're just not home being bored, and being home bored, you get depressed. And that's another thing there.
Mental health is a real challenge right now.
Yes, it
for a lot
is.
of young and not so young people.
Yes.
Because so much has changed and nobody has taught us how to cope with the changes.
That's right. But I want to go back to the whole point that you made, Aziza, into the example you gave that a lot of people are cooking. And rightfully, the pandemic brought out a lot of entrepreneurs. You drive through the highways now and every square inch is a vendor. It's someone selling food, someone selling coal, someone selling whatever it is, trinkets. And we're saying that, yes, here are these people offering, but what support is there for them? We hear of an entrepreneurial development fund that for almost 5 years, only $2 million have been disbursed. And we're saying, here are people coming forward. One or two would have risen to the top, to say they have succeeded. But the masses at the bottom who are looking for a hand up, they're left wanting and holding the bag, not knowing what to do.
Which puts me back to our last manifesto.
Yes.
When we talked about two programs, the YES,
yes,
the Youth Entrepreneurial Setup, and there was an OK, the Opportunity Knocks programs. And these are tailor-made to help young people find their footing and make a success of their ventures. And every single time I pass the old Parliament building, Sean, the abandoned and now derelict old Parliament building on Queen Elizabeth Highway, my heart grieves. Because that is where we said we are going to do the setup for our young people.
Yes.
Offer you young people the support services. Because a lot of you have the skills, but not necessarily the administrative support. And so we said we're going to allow you to do your thing. And we will have a setup that allows a permanent staff to do your billing for you, to do your admin for you, make sure your bills are paid, make sure your taxes are filed, and so you can concentrate on those things. While we teach you to do them for yourselves, you can concentrate on making a success of your business. And so I look forward to us being in office again so that we can make this thing actually a reality for our young people.
And not just talk about entrepreneurship, but put entrepreneurship into action.
And go out and seek people, because sometimes people don't even know what opportunities are there.
Yes.
Because nobody goes to them and tell them, okay, this is there for you to do, that is there for you to do. They will just be home, like, okay, nothing is there for me to do, so they just stay at home. You see, like, if individuals from the political party walk around and say, okay, we have this set for you in place and that set for you in place, then they will go out and put out themselves to be a part of something. But other than that, if nobody comes to them, they will just be at home, like, nobody want me in anything or to be a part of anything. So yeah.
Well, we want you.
We want to. And I just want to let our listeners, our viewers, all our followers know that the hype is building. It's building. A few minutes ago, I looked across and we didn't have that many cars there. It seems as if that people are coming, they want front view. They want the view, the front row, so that they can see the stage. So we're telling you, get here safely, get here on time. The energy is building. And we have some dynamite speakers coming up tonight, some very pertinent issues to be addressed this evening. And we're asking you to stay tuned because, ladies, there's so many issues for us to talk about. We had a calypso competition last night. What was it? Too much to sing about? What was it?
Plenty there to sing about.
Well, tonight is plenty there for talk about. There's so many issues. Before you came on, Giselle, and it's one of the topics, one of the issues I want for us to address this tonight is the whole issue of access to the media. Dr. Daniel raised it in his introduction. And we would have, everyone knows what has transpired between the managing director of Observer Radio, Algernon Watts, and the Antigua Labour Party. And I am amazed of the uproar that we're having in this country, that a private media house is saying to someone, we do not want you on a particular program. Not that we're not saying we do not want you on our station, but yet for years, and I can talk it because I lived it, for years we have the National Broadcasting Service in this country that each of us pay for, that makes it a policy to keep the opposition off the air, and no one is talking about that. And I think the time has come for us to draw attention to it, and for us as an opposition, the official opposition in Antigua and Barbuda, to demand, as taxpayers of this country, equal access to media in Antigua. And I think that is an issue that we have to put on the table and keep on the table, because all of a sudden it becomes an issue because a private media house takes a stand. Your word on that, Giselle?
I think it is beyond ridiculous. I am amazed at this sense of entitlement to, as you said, a private company's access and audience, when nowhere is the opposite true. No opposition party. I remember, Sean, back in 2015, after Brother Harold became the political leader, and Brother Baldwin was the opposition leader, and designated Brother Harold to deliver the New Year's address on behalf of the United Progressive Party. And the appointment was made for him to go and record. And just ahead of him getting there, he gets a call to tell him he will not be allowed. He will not be allowed to deliver
for a government entity. Yes.
And I'm thinking, if you are going to say no to the leader of the party, who was designated by the parliamentarian, what does an ordinary average opposition person, what chances he or she stand of getting onto state media? And it's not only that, because as somebody who has had an extensive history now with the courts, with my various cases, I continue to be amazed that nothing that happened in our favor, in my favor, ever got reported. If there was an adverse event,
you'll hear about it.
You'd hear about it.
Yes.
When nurses and staff of the different healthcare institutions stand up on protests and picket and so on, these things hardly ever make it to television, to state media.
I'm going to ask you to hold that point,
Sure.
Giselle. We're going to take a commercial break, and then when we come back, we will continue that discussion.
We come and vote them out. 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 We gonna vote them out. We come and 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 vote them out.
We have made it abundantly clear that no one, absolutely no one in our country will be vaccinated if they do not wish to be. We uphold that right and respect it.
You hear lie? That is lie. Lie? You hear lie?
I just feel like people not understand me. I don't want to even give me a chance. Go to school, I'm a hard skill. I'm a hard worker, but there's just not enough jobs out there. The economy is so bad that I'm ashamed to say that we're in the year 2022 and water hardly won near the pipe. Now them can't tell how we, in order to get a job, I must take the job. I understand the vaccine is a good thing and all that, but I just hate the fact that it's mandated. It's my body, it's my choice. I shouldn't be denied a job, education or benefits because the choices I make for my body. For me, this time, personally, the UPP is the right choice because they are the party of choice.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Beautiful people, are you ready to get off your feet and release that blue energy? We'll move to the front of the class and throw your hands up in the air for The Right Rhythm. The Right Rhythm, a weekly musical experience featuring Antigua and Barbuda's top DJs. 2 hours of musical entertainment every Friday night from 8 p.m. on UPP, YouTube TV, and streamed live on all media platforms, as well as Progressive 107.3 FM. It's The Right Rhythm, brought to you by the United Progressive Party. The right choice.
It's time to join the family at the People's Cooperative Credit Union Limited. We offer savings accounts, deposits, fixed deposits, loans, among other related services. You can even become a shareholder by purchasing a minimum of 50 shares at $5 per share. Membership is super easy and convenient. Just visit our newly opened credit union building on Upper Newgate Street, Monday to Fridays, 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. with proof of ID and address, along with $15 to cover registration and passbook. And you'll be set and on your way. For further information, call 462-8888 or 727-2285. People's Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Today, tomorrow, together.
And we say welcome back again if you're joining us via UPP TV, Progressive 107.3 FM, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever it is. Share the live, share, invite persons to be a part of it. And if you're on your way, Get here on time, get here safely. The grounds are filling up, but we still have space for you. Sister Giselle, before we took the break, we were talking about media access, and you were talking about coverage or the lack thereof.
Yes. So you never get a balanced view of what's happening in the nation. I mean, the tagline is the nation station, and yet unless it is something that is positive happening in the nation, something from which the government can gain some kind of bragging rights or get kudos, it's hardly ever covered. It's not covered. And last week I was deeply offended when there was this water thing, and following the water from the RO station to the tap, and I'm thinking and saying, thousands and thousands of people in Antigua and Barbuda, thousands of households are saying we're not getting water. And instead of you showing some kind of empathy to the situation, to people and reassuring them that you're working to correct the situation, it's almost as though you are saying nothing goes so because look, there is water. Yes. So it's always a skewed, it's more PR, government PR, than it ever is news or coverage of national events, and that can't be right. And I think this is why a lot of people have gone to social media to get their news. Correct. Because that at least is uncensored.
And definitely, Aziza made the point earlier, and I think you as well, Giselle, that gone are the days when we depended on traditional media as we know it for information. Everything is instantaneous. Everything is now. And whereas we depended on TV, for example, that gave a particular slant, and we said this is how it is because this is what we were told. Now everybody has an opinion. The media the landscape has been leveled out. Everybody has an opinion and everybody shares that opinion, and I think that is what is so important, and where our young people, Aziza, become involved, because you now have that platform where you can say what you feel. You not only say, you show what you feel as it happens. So we do not have to wait until 7 or 8 in the evening to hear what happened in the day. We are seeing it as it unfolds, Aziza.
That's true, because everything right now, you run to Facebook, you post it on Facebook, or you post it on Instagram.
You go live on Facebook, you go live.
Yes, I don't know what's the big hype about going on Facebook and going live to... If you're going to something, keep it to yourself sometimes.
Not all the time. Not all the time. It becomes important. It becomes important.
Right.
But how is it... You're the youngest among us. How is it you see that people are using it in a good way in terms of getting information out?
Sometimes it's good because, like, okay, you won't have a phone per se to say, okay, you want to see this thing and see that thing. You will have a laptop. You go on the laptop, you go on Facebook, you go on the website of the person. Like if somebody advertising a job, you will go on there, you see the advertisement, you apply, and then that's in a good way. But then to criticize persons on there, that's a bad thing to do. That's not nice.
But what is also important for me, and Giselle, you can come in on this, is I call it as one of the benefits of COVID. The world has become so much smaller. Once upon a time, relatives overseas, we couldn't go to weddings, we couldn't travel to weddings, we could travel to funerals. Now we're there. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I was taking part in a what you call it, Caribbean night in a church in Boston. And so everybody is home. And what that points out to me, and I think it's critical for what we're doing, is how much involved the diaspora, the members of the diaspora, has become involved in our local politics and in our local thinking.
Absolutely.
They're helping to shape the discussion here.
Absolutely. I don't think there has ever been a time when out there has been as close to in here. And we can collaborate on a daily basis. Do projects together. I mean, it's amazing. You know how many meetings we have with members of the diaspora. And once upon a time, not so long ago, this would have been impossible. I mean, Zoom was there before the pandemic, but Zoom was just like, Zoom was there. Now it's a lifeline for so many of us and so many organizations. But I was particularly impressed, Sean, when I saw a video a couple days ago of students at the Pierce Secondary staging a protest. And I said, what? We have Sarafina and South Africa, you know, the whole school children movement.
Correct.
And I said, wow, there's a consciousness that is sweeping our country. And I'm very happy that it's happening now, because a lot of the people who used to be active in social causes, civic causes, political causes, they have aged. And while they might be still willing in spirit, they cannot do what they used to do physically. And so I'm happy that the young generation is coming up, that we can groom, that we can pass the baton. And you know, they're coming up with their own causes, fighting their own wars, and defining themselves, and I love it. I love it.
And I like to be around young people, and when I talk to them, including my own son, I always say, do not always accept the status quo. Always ask why. So do not accept it as a given. If you do not agree, say you do not agree, but have reasons why you do not agree. And I have no issues at all with people coming out and say, I disagree or I protest because, and let's talk about it. Because I think for too long we have been too passive, but with this generation I think that is a thing of a past, Aziza.
And that is why, because a friend of mine said to me, Giselle, why did you go to town on August 8th last year? You're vaccinated. Why would you have gone there? I said, I am vaccinated, and I support people who say I don't want to be vaccinated or not now. Because I do something, it doesn't mean everybody has to follow. Because I agree or don't agree, everybody doesn't have to follow. I think we have to protect the rights of young people to be young, to chart their course. We can guide them, but we can't live their lives for them. And so therefore, I was there because I was there in support of a new generation, a new consciousness, a new wave of activism. Because if we don't get active, and we don't get passionate, and we don't get militant in this little country here, nothing is going to be left very soon. So I'm passing the mic and the baton to you. You better fight for what we have. And you know what too? I watched some of these videos coming out of Ukraine, in which African people, Caribbean people are trying to get out of the war zone. And nobody paying them any mind because it's not their country. Those who belong are taking precedence and priority. And I say, if our young people don't fight to keep what we have, so for now, if anything happens, we're going to be the ones getting pushed off the bus again and saying you don't belong. So, Aziza, you have work to do.
Plenty of work. And on another point, what is set in place for young mothers right now?
You're asking the question and wanting us to, because there's absolutely nothing that is happening, and that's a very good question that you're asking. And let's hear your suggestion.
Well, I would suggest, okay, young mothers nowadays, they don't have opportunity to go out and work. Like, if persons in the community can come together and buy stuff and donate it to them, that would be a great thing to do. But right now everybody is like, oh, COVID this, COVID that, but you have to look past that point. Other persons need help also. It's not just about yourself. You have to push yourself out there to help others, so they can look back and say, okay, this person helped me, I can help somebody else in the situation that I am going through, or they are going through, or somebody else is going through. So I would love to see that happen in all the communities, actually.
Now, I know that Sister Gladys, in particular, Sister Sean, is adamant that she is going to have a creche in this rural South constituency for the specific purpose of allowing young women to go out and get work, find careers, pursue professions. Because when you have little babies and nobody to take care of them, you lose opportunities to advance yourself, right? So that's one of the things that she wants to do here. And I know that during our administration, we had at the Grace Farm Green Bay School, the Green Bay School.
I think they're doing the mic test.
Right, but it's not just that they don't have anything to do or anybody to watch their child. They don't have the funds. That's a problem.
You mean to get ready to go out for work?
Right. You see, like, okay, for instance, a young person has a child. They don't work anywhere. They want to work somewhere, but they don't have the funds to carry a child to a daycare.
Right.
So that's another. That is another challenge also. Yes. So if like somebody could help them out.
We need either very affordable or free daycare.
Daycares, yes, and night cares also. If the mother has to work in the night, a night care would be very good.
And that's an opportunity for entrepreneurship right there. Because there's a need. People work at night, people want to go out at night. There should be and could be safe places where you can leave your children. So here's an opportunity for somebody or several bodies to get together and, you know, and make this happen. Opportunity is knocking. We have to answer. We have to get our young people in the position to answer when opportunity knocks. Now we're competing with Mr. Algernon Seven Watts, right?
Like I feel like I want to get out to the jump up, but I think he's just, you know, I think his role tonight is to build a hype, and yes, he's having us bumping in our seats.
The interesting thing about these grounds is that the way they're laid out, it forces you to come out of your car.
Correct.
Because the cars cannot come down onto the field.
And you need to feel it. Yes.
But I think with the lifting of so many of the protocols, this is a precursor.
Oh yes,
to what's
and I think we need to, because I can predict that the next rally is going to be much bigger, because, you know, Giselle, there are people, and I just want to say, those of you on Facebook, I'm coming to you. There are people who I've met who said, not because you don't see me, I am at every rally in my front room. I am at every rally in my bedroom. And we want to say yes, big up to all of you who have been there. But the protocols, they're being relaxed. So some of you who are at home, we expect to see you out. You do not have to stay in your houses anymore.
Okay, so somebody coming with a chair?
Come with your chair. And of course, we will do it the good old way, the UPP way. But I just want to say a big shout out to those of you who are following us on Facebook. You know, the usual.
Yes.
Ralph, my cousin Ralph, good night.
Night, Mooney.
Tiny O'Garo, Deborah, Luke, Baltimore, Makeda, Charmaine, Adela. I mean, all of you, good night. And someone is saying good night from Jacksonville, Florida is watching. I have a question. The question of registering to vote. Where is your office? Location will be at home for the summer vacation. Okay, I'll respond to that. But for those of you who are overseas and want to come home to register, you should be here for at least 4 weeks, a month, before you qualify to register. And as we say, we do not know when the general elections are, so you need to make plans early, and that's one of it. But for those of you who are already registered, come forward. Come, we're expecting you back here. And Ralph is answering. So thanks again for those of you who are online. We cannot answer and respond to all, but we are following your comments. And yes, Serpent is pulling us out.
You know, this reminds me of a friend of mine in the States told me she's applying for a job, and she called to ask if I could be a reference.
Yes.
So I said, yeah, I can use me as a referee, no problem at all. And then she called me afterwards, and I said, how is the job search going? And she said, girl, I stopped looking for work because if I get a job in a call election, me gone. So she said it's not fair for her to take a job
and have to leave.
Because there's no way elections are going to be called in Antigua and she's going to be up in New York. No way she's coming home to vote, you know. So yes, I just love the idea of being so connected to those overseas.
Yes.
And really and truly, sometimes when you want to know what's happening in Antigua, you have to ask them.
Oh yes. So Linda is saying good night. She's locked in from the Bronx. Nehemiah is locked in from Florida. Fort Lauderdale, Florida is watching. Hello, we say good night. Good night to all of you. And of course, you know how much we love you in the diaspora, and hope that you stay close and listen to the date. So when the election date is announced, that you find yourself back home, and I say home, so you can come home and make that difference.
You know, last night I was on the radio with Soil Sisters, and my guest was saying to me, we have to start planning for Labor Day.
I heard him. I heard him.
Because he says he wants it to be a big thing. I said, after 2 years being locked away, it will be a big thing.
And you see, Giselle and Aziza, I think people were hungry for this. I have been to churches, I've been to seminars, I've been to the supermarket, and people are asking, what is it? What are you people doing here? People were hungry for this. So when we started with the virtual meetings, the first of its kind in Antigua and Barbuda, the people were locked in. And then we said, okay, let's take it a little further. And we started the drive-in rallies. This is our fifth one, the first in Antigua and Barbuda, and we see the response that we have been getting. Can you imagine when the protocols are lifted so people can come out?
Yeah. But you know what I find amazing too, the number of young people that have come out to the rallies.
There's a lot of young persons here tonight. I'm looking around and I most young
come
persons.
To see Jamal and Peter Reds and Tony?
No, not really.
Oh, okay, just checking. Just checking. Nothing wrong if you came to see them, you know.
But no, and there goes, we're talking about young people. There goes a group. Okay, there goes a young posse. Good night. Okay, good night. Okay, and as you say that, Giselle, I was canvassing in a particular constituency. I will not say where, not to expose my people. And we were at a particular house, and Brother Jamal came after and joined us. The ladies in the house stopped listening to what we were saying. They stopped listening to us and said, Lord Jesus Christ, Lord Jesus. And it was all about Jamal. So I said, if that is what Jamal is for, we leave him. I said, go ahead, take your time. And I know I've had similar responses from some other men on the campaign team. And I said, well, if you got it, you flaunt it. But it was so funny, so I wouldn't say the constituency.
My niece works in town, and she says to me, when Jamal arrives to his office on Market Street, it's like the rock star. She said it's rock star treatment. She said some of them don't have a thing to tell him, they just want to touch him.
Well, you see, that is what it's all about. That is what it's all about. And of course, I mean, Jamal is such a sweet soul.
Yes, indeed.
I know you claim him, but he's my younger brother. Okay, a younger brother that I never had. So, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
But it warms my heart to see the young people. Because when we were in Boland's, for instance, and Peter Reds was talking.
Yes.
I was watching this group of young men who had been on the field before, playing. And they stood there. They weren't even talking with each other. They were just clued in and listening. And I said to myself, I hope they're listening and watching and saying to themselves, this could be me.
Correct. Yes. And I think that's a very good point, Giselle, because we grew up in a time where politicians were quote unquote old people. And UPP has a blend of the experienced and the not so experienced, and all of us, we are learning and growing together. And it's a really good appeal because young people now see that yes, that could be me. And I have had young women in particular coming forward saying that next election I want to be considered. And I am so happy for the awakening in our young people. Our older ones, yes, we know where we're going, we know what we want. But when we see our young people awakened, I mean, I am enthusiastic and hopeful for the future of Antigua and Barbuda with a united progressive party government in administration.
I remember the day when there was the picket outside the Ministry of Education when the vaccine mandate for school children. And there's a young woman, a little girl who goes to high school, and she came up to me and she said, you know, I'm going to be a prime minister one day, right? And I said, I got goosebumps. And I said to her, good for you. I hope I live long enough to call you prime minister. You know?
Yes.
I'm glad they're seeing themselves in these roles.
Yes.
And it's not a them and an us.
Yes.
That they can be us.
Yes.
And in a very short time.
So what?
Yes, right now, young children are picking up on what's going on. So they would look and see, okay, this is what's happening, that's what's happening. So I want to be a part of this too.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's the mentality.
Catch the fire, yes.
We are the future.
You are the present too?
We are the future, yes.
Because look, some of us want to go home, go sit down now.
So So we're counting down. We're getting ready for the start of the rally. Giselle, you have the line.
Give me the rally start already.
I know. I mean, the vibes, you know, front stage, because we're actually backstage. People are out. People are, you know, the atmosphere, the energy, we are feeling it from where we are. And just if you have the lineup, Giselle, of who we're hearing from tonight, I think I can get that quickly.
I have it in my phone. I can tell you off the top of my head that I can see Brother Franz, of course, Brother Franz, Sister Gladys, and Brother Jonathan, because those three constituencies meet in radio range.
Yes.
We also have Brother Richard Lewis. We have, I believe, Sister Cleon. No, Sister Pearl.
Sister Pearl.
Sister Pearl is speaking tonight. Brother Howard,
today's her birthday. Yes, today's her birthday.
Yes, today's her birthday. So let's big her up to our Facebook.
Yes.
And you know who we have to big up? Sister Joan.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
So,
you want to say what's happening to Sister Joan?
Tonight, right here at the rally, the Women's Forum of the United Progressive Party is going to honor Sister Joan Peters. I'm sure many of you know Joan. If you don't know her in person, you would have heard her in the news standing up with her workers, because she's the president of the Antigua and Barbuda Public Services Association. And wherever the nurses and the healthcare workers have a problem and they're taken to the streets, Sister Joan is there with her troops. If somebody needs to speak for them, Sister Joan is there behind the mic. She's fearless. She is fair, F-A-I-R. And we have just been so impressed by the work she has done to advocate and represent for her membership over this past difficult year, that we could not think of a better person to honor as our Woman of the Year. And so we made the announcement on March 8th, and tonight we're going to read her citation. Sister Sean is going to read the citation and present her with what she so richly deserves. So all the ladies in the house, get ready to raise a glass to Sister Joan when she is recognized as a Woman of the Year 2022.
Yes, so much so. And Giselle, you saw my admirer and your admirer. Yes, there is this particular gentleman. Giselle, every time I sees you, tell Giselle I send all my love. And
it's my husband. That's what man.
This party sweet.
I know. You see him, nobody talking dance or no. Yes, that's my big friend Walker man.
Yes.
He's trying to borrow the bullboard from France.
Yes, so our time is winding down. People are in position. The speakers are here. I can see Brother Franz. I saw Brother Jonathan earlier. I saw Sister Gladys. Well, Serpent is around, you know, vibesing up. They're all here. They're all here, and we're ready for a prompt 7:30 start. Of course, we cannot but say a big thank you to the mobilization team. They get it done all the time and get it done so well. And on behalf of all of us, you see us on the front of the camera, but for everybody, there's an army behind the camera, and we want to say thank you so very much. We would not call you by name, but they know who they are.
Yes.
And you made all of this possible, and we want to say thank you so very much. Yes. Your closing comments, Aziza. We're winding down as we look to head over to the front of stage.
Well, it was a pleasure being here tonight. It's my first time on a forum with all women. Yes, it was very nice, and I love the conversation we had. Yes, it was a pleasure meeting everyone, and we encourage you to come out, support us, just be a part and enjoy yourself.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I want to just wish everybody a good night, enjoying the rally with us, rallying with us in spirit. Those of you who are on island and can come, it's a beautiful night. It's a beautiful, breezy, mellow night. You know, I don't like people telling me about things. I want to be there. So if you can be here, you come on down. It's a beautiful atmosphere. Our events are always safe, always well organized, always civilized. So you see the children running about and nobody has to worry and And you know, things don't happen at our events.
Yes.
Bad things don't happen. So come on down, and if you can come, stay tuned to your radio, to your Facebook, so that you can be a part of this experience for us. And here we go down the road to victory. And we look forward to that day when the gong sounds and we hear UPP, UPP, UPP. Thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you, Sean.
Okay, and I just want to end by encouraging everyone. For those of you who have your voter's ID stored away in a secure place, go make sure that it is still there. For those of you who are not too sure where you had it last, go look for it. The time is now. It's closer than we think. We need to make sure we have that document, that piece of ID, to make sure that when the date is called, that we are ready. For persons who have not yet registered, please do so. You might still have time, as well as you might not have time to vote in the next general elections, but we never know. So we encourage you, go out and be registered. If you do not know how to get registered, you go on the UPP website, www.voteupp.com, or you can call the UPP office. We're there every day, 462-1818, and we'll be able to give you direction as to where it is that you ought to go to get registered, if that is the case. So we're marching to victory. We're on the redemption team. This is the team to redeem Antigua and Barbuda, and we want to thank you for the support you've given us so far, and we want you to continue to rally with us. The end is in sight. The UPP government administration, that is on, we're touching it, and we just want you to be in the fight, continue the fight with us. So until we come your way again next time, to all the women who are listening, we want to say belatedly, Happy International Women's Day. Happy International Women's Day. For those women of the United Progressive Party who are not yet members of the Women's Forum, this is an opportunity to invite you.
Come on and join us.
Come and join us.
We do good
Come
stuff.
and join
Yes.
us. So again, thank you so very much for those of you on radio, TV, Instagram, YouTube, whatever forum. We thank you very much. And at this time, we take you over to front stage. God bless and good night.
Good night.
My father died when I was just 5 years old. My mother came from Willikies village. She had 5 young mouths to feed, and she toiled on her sewing machine to make ends meet. She was a strong woman who taught us right from wrong. And even though she struggled, the choices she made put us on the right path. I made the choice to work hard, play by the rules, and get an education. I had a number of opportunities, but I chose to return to Antigua and inspire the next generation. I taught at the Antigua Grammar School, and it's here that I saw firsthand how education transforms lives. I made the choice to get into politics because of the lack of resources that I saw in our schools. I saw how our teachers and families struggled, whilst an elite few got ahead. When the people granted us the opportunity to serve in government, we had a lot of work to do. As Minister of Finance, I helped to clean up the rot of 30 years of one-party rule. We saw our country through the global financial crisis and the Stanford collapse. Through all of that, we introduced the school meals program, the school uniform program, and laptops for children. While we were not perfect, no one is perfect but Almighty God. We work day in and day out to defend the nation and put people first. Today I see too many families struggling for a lack of jobs, and the mental stress that comes with it. The cost of living is out of control. And for too many of us, water is still not readily available. And our needed pension checks are not coming on time. While the elite few did well, the ABLP denied you the right to choose what you put in your body. Whilst we believe in vaccines, we don't believe it's the responsibility of government to control your bodies. We will bring an end to all the mandates. This election is about choice, and we believe that we are the right choice because we give you the choice.
I just feel like people not understand me. I don't want to even give me a chance. Go to school, I have skill. I'm a hard worker, but there's just not enough jobs out there. The economy is so bad that I'm ashamed to say that we're in the year 2022 and water hardly one near the pipe. Now them can't tell how we, in order to get a job, I must take the job. I understand the vaccine is a good thing and all that, but I just hate the fact that it's mandated. It's my body, it's my choice. I shouldn't be denied a job, education or benefits because the choices I make for my body. For me, this time, personally, the UPP is the right choice because they are the party of choice.
The United Progressive Party. The right choice.
It's time to join the family at the People's Cooperative Credit Union Limited. We offer savings accounts, deposits, fixed deposits, loans, among other related services. You can even become a shareholder by purchasing a minimum of 50 shares at $5 per share. Membership is super easy and convenient. Just visit our newly opened credit union building on Upper Newgate Street, Monday to Fridays, 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. with proof of ID and address, along with $15 to
Are you ready? Are you ready? Beautiful people, are you ready to get off your feet and release that blue energy? We'll move to the front of the class and throw your hands up in the air for The Right Rhythm. The Right Rhythm, a weekly musical experience featuring Antigua and Barbuda's top DJs. 2 hours of musical entertainment every Friday night from 8 p.m. on UPP, YouTube TV, and streamed live on all media platforms, as well as Progressive 107.3 FM. It's The Right Rhythm, brought to you by the United Progressive Party. The right choice.
We come and vote them out. 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 We gonna vote them out. We come and 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 vote them out.
We have made it abundantly clear that no one, absolutely no one in our country will be vaccinated if they do not wish to be. We uphold that right and respect it.
You hear lie? That is lie. Lie? You hear lie?
My father died when I was just 5 years old. My mother came from Willikie's village. She had 5 young mouths to feed, and she toiled on her sewing machine to make ends meet. She was a strong woman who taught us right from wrong. And even though she struggled, the choices she made put us on the right path. I made the choice to work hard, play by the rules, and get an education. I had a number of opportunities, but I chose to return to Antigua and inspire the next generation. I taught at the Antigua Grammar School, and it's here that I saw firsthand how education transforms lives. I made the choice to get into politics because of the lack of resources that I saw in our schools. I saw how our teachers and families struggled, whilst an elite few got ahead. When the people granted us the opportunity to serve in government, we had a lot of work to do. As Minister of Finance, I helped to clean up the rot of 30 years of one-party rule. We saw our country through the global financial crisis and the Stanford collapse. Through all of that, we introduced the school meals program, the school uniform program, and laptops for children. While we were not perfect, no one is perfect but Almighty God. We worked day in and day out to defend the nation and put people first. Today I see too many families struggling for a lack of jobs and the mental stress that comes with it. The cost of living is out of control. And for too many of us, water is still not readily available. And our needed pension checks are not coming on time. While the elite few did well, the ABLP denied you the right to choose what you put in your body. Whilst we believe in vaccines, we don't believe it's the responsibility of government to control your bodies. We will bring an end to all the mandates. This election is about choice, and we believe that we are the right choice because we give you the choice.
It's time to join the family at the People's Cooperative Credit Union Limited. We offer savings accounts, deposits, fixed deposits, loans, among other related services. You can even become a shareholder by purchasing a minimum of 50 shares at $5 per share. Membership is super easy and convenient. Just visit our newly opened credit union building on Upper Newgate Street, Monday to Fridays, 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. with proof of ID and address, along with $15 to cover registration and passbook. And you'll be set and on your way. For further information, call 462-8888 or 727-2285. People's Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Today, tomorrow, together.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Beautiful people, are you ready to get off your feet and release that blue energy? We'll move to the front of the class and throw your hands up in the air for The Right Rhythm. The Right Rhythm, a weekly musical experience featuring Antigua and Barbuda's top DJs. 2 hours of musical entertainment every Friday night from 8 p.m. on UPP, YouTube TV, and streamed live on all media platforms, as well as Progressive 107.3 FM. It's The Right Rhythm, brought to you by the United Progressive Party. The right choice.
Extra, extra! Come hear all about it! It's 3 for 1 Thursday, and we're marching to victory with the UPP! Yes, you heard me right. The United Progressive Party Redemption Train will be coming to the Radio Range playing field on Thursday, 10th March for its drive-in, socially distanced political heroes.
Thank you. Good night, my brothers and sisters. Good night, my brothers and sisters. I am here tonight representing the Women's Forum of the United Progressive Party. Yeah. And for the second year in celebration of International Women's Day, we have chosen a woman of strength, a leader, to be recognized as our Woman of the Year. Before I say the name, I will read the citation. The United Progressive Party Women's Forum takes pleasure in saluting Sister Joan Peters as its Woman of the Year on International Women's Day 2022. Sister Joan Peters, the President of the Antigua and Barbuda Public Services Association, the ABPSA, is best described as an advocate for the people. A real grassroots, down-to-earth woman, she tells it like it is and believes that everyone has a right to be heard and each one's views should be respected. She has a distinctive voice, a larger-than-life personality, and an even bigger heart filled with a genuine love for people and their well-being. Peters started her journey in the association in the late 1990s. As long as she has known herself, she has always wanted to help others to get ahead in life, and the union seemed like the perfect avenue to make this happen. She is often heard emphasizing that the union is bigger than any one of us. Accordingly, she encourages colleagues to take hold of whatever opportunities become available in order to become the best union members they can be. No one is too old or too dumb to give valuable, immeasurable contributions. And as such, everyone is welcomed where ABPSA is present. In this regard, meetings are her default setting, and if it were up to Sister Joan, they would be held every week, multiple times a week. You must see it through to the end, she says. Employed and was always supported her fundraisers and other events. She is passionate about fair treatment and workers receiving what is due to them, evidenced by her untiring activism on the streets and in the media. She has served her association in various capacities, moving from regular member to general council member to executive member and vice president, and in March 2017 was elected president of the union, a post she holds up to today. During the period 2004 to 2018, Sister Peters also served in the Antigua and Barbuda Trade Union Congress as a trustee, a general council member, and then as an executive member. She was elected president of the Caribbean Public Service Association from 2017 to 2018 and has represented the union at regional and international meetings, including at the United Nations. She is respected by her counterparts who are all ready and willing to assist her in whatever way possible once she asks. Sister Peters is also a woman of God, a praying woman known for encouraging members who are facing difficult decisions or situations. She advises them to fight with all their might. She never forgets that it also includes getting on one's knees and calling out the Lord, She's very active in her church and takes her advocacy wherever she goes. Sister Joan is equally devoted to her own family, where she is wife, mother, grandmother, aunt, and friend. At this time, I just want to say thank you very much to the United Progressive Party for allowing us this platform to make this presentation to our Woman of the Year, Joan Peters. Please come forward.
Woman, 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 woman.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's please give it up to the Woman of the Year, Miss Joan Peters. You know the Labour Party is Woman of the Year. She in problem right now with Joanne Walsh. Yeah. The word is, when police take away for his cell phone, got an holy heart. I'm just saying. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you, hey, hold on, let the one fire truck in Antigua pass. Hold this. Okay, we can continue. Imagine that. Fire down a pint. St. John's Fire Station. And I know me well enough, me say things me can't support. There was an accident right by St. John's Police Station. You remember that? A car running a lamppost and catch fire. Firemen showed up to the fire. Firemen, not fire truck. Firemen showed up to the fire and they were praying to God. Why were they praying? Because you know Shaul famous for fireworks. So they were just hoping to God that the fire don't reach inside Shaul warehouse, because the fire truck they were waiting on mean they all see it. Can you imagine? In 2022, in an economic powerhouse, St. John's City, now have a fire truck. Hey? But they want to bring water cannon to shoot them at you. No fire truck to save you, but water cannon for shoot at you. Then Choco Western say, this is who we are. Well, because of who you are, I'll get rid of you. We're going to retire you. Now, you will realize that this is not my role tonight. I was just here partying with my boys to the west. But they call me as a serpent, we need you. And me say, if you need me, I'm here. So me here. So give me one hand for show up, no man. Okay, because that is who we are. We stand in the gap at all times. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy. I am elated. I am delighted. I am splendiferously overjoyed to introduce our guest speaker tonight. They think they could Kiri. They tried their best for Kiri. They put it in the ground, but they didn't realize he was a seed. And you plant a seed, it grew. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to call tonight my cousin-in-law. Put your hands together as we call on stage our guest speaker, Mr. Harry Josiah. What's the one? You can't give a good man down. So you could have never give a good man down. Take it up, you can't give a good man down. So you could have never give a good man down. Take it up, you can't give a good man down. So you could have never give a good man down. Man never do, man never try, all never try. Out of the eye, man never do, man never try, all never try. Out of the eye, Ready, yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. Mr. Chairman, political leader, candidates and officers and members of the United Progressive Party, and my brothers and sisters and fellow Antiguans and Barbudans. I want to begin by extending my gratitude, my respect, my love and deep appreciation for the words of comfort and prayers and tangible contribution over the past 7 years. To my loving wife and my children, to my siblings and the very good friends that I have, thank you. To my legal counsel, Dane Hamilton QC, to my brothers and sisters in the United Progressive Party's family across Antigua and Barbuda and the rest of the world, thank you. To the God of heaven and to his agents on the ground, and in particular my home pastor, Bishop Dr. Lyndon Motley of the Bethesda Pentecostal House of Prayer, and also to the Bishop Emeritus, Lester Emmanuel of the Kentish Pentecostal Church. To you guys I extend my heartfelt, deeply moved appreciation for your years of love and service. And to all persons here, there, and everywhere, thank you. I wish to begin by saying to you tonight that Antigua and Barbuda, we are at a crossroads. For the last 8 years, we have been traveling on a path that seemingly is leading to nowhere. Not only are we on a path that is leading to nowhere, but it seemed to me that we're getting there and getting there fast. You, as citizens of this country, must stand up and put a brake on what is happening in your country. What's really happening here is a blame game. Anytime this government is unable to do something, they find somebody to blame. Well, the blame baby seemed to be Harold Lovell and the United Progressive Party. Let me tell you something. I have but a few minutes, so I have to use it wisely. As a nation, and as a family, and more so as a human being, are we better off today than we were 8 years ago? The answer is no. Furthermore, are we as a people, 6-7 years ago, for the supply of regular basic water, are we better off than we were 7 years ago? What about the cost of food in Antigua and Barbuda? Is it cheaper now than it was 7 years ago? Are we paying more for less? For those who have worked so long and so hard, and you're entitled to your social security pension, the question that you must ask yourself, are you being paid in full and on time? The answer is no. Having made continuous contribution to the medical benefit scheme, and you take sick and you have to claim on the scheme, are you being paid on time and in full? Well, my friends, if all of these questions are answered with a no, the time has come for us to tell the government that it's time for them to go. The question is, as parents, are you satisfied with the level of education that the Ministry of Education is giving to your children? If we can't look after our children, then the future is doomed. And we cannot afford to have a government that is least concerned about the young people and is even more least concerned, if there is such a grammatical thing, of the older persons. And I was told since I was growing up, that is how you teach, how you treat the young and how you treat the old, that is going to determine the future that you have. So my friends, my brothers and my sisters, I am not here tonight to talk about me. I have lived 7 years having to go to the police station to sign my name 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But you know what? I decided in my heart that I was going to use whatever anger was building up inside of me to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to see the back of the Antigua Labour Party as government in this country. So I want to make us a special appeal to all of you here tonight. When you listen to the radio and you hear the talk tripe, don't get vexed. Get motivated. When you get motivated, go and register. If you are registered, encourage somebody to go and register. And every time you encourage somebody, encourage that person to encourage somebody else. Because unless your name is on the voters list, you can't vote and you're not going to be able to make a difference. So if you love me and you feel what I feel for the last 7 years, then commit me one thing, that you are going to do everything humanly possible to ensure that the Antigua Labour Party, the morning after the next general elections, will be government no more. You walk the streets of Antigua, and in particular our once beautiful city of St. John's. When you walk the city of St. John's, can you really breathe the air and breathe fresh and clean air and feel that you are alive? Listen to me, brothers and sisters. This is not the time for playing. I have remained quiet for 7 years because I did not want to mix what was happening to me with anything else. I have gone past that now. All of my efforts, all of my ability, all of my charisma, all of my charm and everything else will be dedicated to one thing and one thing only. Let us put our hands and our hearts and our souls and our minds together to do one thing and one thing only. If you agree with me, honk your horn if you want Labour gone. Just one last point before my time run out. In September of 2014, a fellow by the name of Dean Jonas came to be the chairman of the transport board. That same fellow was also chairman of DCA. In one little sentence, Dean Jonas, as chairman of DCA, has indebted the government to over $100,000 to have to pay a man for compensation. A fellow had a place that he was selling aggregates, stones and sand and so on. And he got there, take up all the man's sub and carry them and throw them away. Man carry your court, government have to pay. He took transport board and he beheaded transport board. He took off Harry Josiah, he took off Pat Julian, he took off Hudson Joseph, he took off Anderson Carty, and he took off 35 other employees. Well, 25 other, along with the managers. Let me tell you, every single case against the Transport Board and the government of Antigua has gone down in defeat for them. Presently, between Hudson Joseph and Patricia Julian is $500,000 that Transport Board and the government of Antigua is going to have to pay them. In addition to that, the Antigua Workers Union won the case against Transport Board for about 25 of the employees that they sent home without rhyme, rhythm, or reason, just because they say they believe they support the United Progressive Party. Well, last time I spoke with Chester Hughes, he didn't tell me how much he added up and what it's going to come to. But in my little humble mind, I can tell you that the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the Transport Board is indebted to people over $1.3 million. And the case that they lost last Friday, the case that they comprehensively lost last Friday, is not yet in the count. Ladies and gentlemen, if that was your child, and your child went in your house and took up your money and go outside and spend it like that, you'd have bruised his behind or her behind, and you'll find something to do with it, but you can't turn away picnic. But you can turn away the government that the government failed. That same Dean Jonas, walk around this country. All right. I like to take instructions, so I'm going to leave him to Serpent. But let me just say this in passing. Every case that the government brought against the people in the United Progressive Party, it has gone down to failure. They arrested the Mani Tabor, they took him to court and they lose. They arrested Wilmer Daniel, they took him to court and they lost. They arrested Jackie Quinn, they took her to court and they lost. They took up the captain, they carry him to court and they lose. They take up the fellow that was just there in the red shirt, Algon and Serpent Walk, they took him to court and they lose. When Trevor Young was with us, they took up Trevor Young, carry him to court and they lose. Now they interfere with poor me. And me win. They take up Giselle. They haul Giselle all over the place, say all kinds of things about Giselle. And with Giselle, them lose. Ladies and gentlemen, let us use that as the thing to give us the start from tonight. We don't want this thing where the government is going to use the courts of this country to pauperize its citizens. The time has come for us to change what we have. The time has come for us to move in the direction of restoring our country with the Redeem team. I want to leave one pledge with you here tonight. As long as there is life, there is hope. And as long as there is breath in your body, commit to remove the Antigua Labour Party from government. If you commit to do that, if you can raise your hands and say, I tonight commit to remove the Antigua Labour Party from power, this country is going to be a better place. Good night and may God bless. Keep a good man down. You could never keep a good man down. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to do this as we continue to put them. Hold on there, please. The real MC is here. So I'm taking liberty to introduce the next speaker. Then me go down and me chop and put in. If you can't find me tomorrow, it's okay. Hold on the bones. I'm begging you, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker that we're going to introduce tonight, I want you all to join with me. Today is the 10th day of March 2022. It is her birthday. So I want you to join with me, everybody, as we wish the Pearl of the South, of the North, a happy birthday. So work with me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Pearlie. Happy birthday to you. Run the music, boys! Ladies and gentlemen, my elder, my sister, please deliver our way. Hear the song will be. That's the management and mismanagement. That's the management and incompetence. Please deliver our way. Hear the song will be. From the corruption and the oppression, from the deception and the arrogance. Good night, good night, good night, Antigua and Barbuda, brothers and sisters, rural North people, it's your girl Pearl. Good night to the wonderful people of rural South. I am indeed very happy to be here in support of my sister Gladys Potter. Rural South, you have an awesome, caring advocate and parliamentary representative in waiting in the person of Sister Gladys Potter. And I know you are going to give her your support at the polls. I was talking to some young men in the constituency who were liming and smoking weed on the block. And I must tell you, they nearly killed me with smoke. I think at some point I got a little high. But I had to engage them because they were saying they were not going to vote because all of them are the same. So I said to them, same means alike. Identical. No difference, right? And they said, yeah. So I said, so you have looked at both parties' term in office and you have compared them and come to your conclusion, right? They say, nah, I will not study that. And that's what the people in them say. I say, oh. Well, hear what I say. Did you know that the UPP introduced the school uniform program and you used to get 3 uniforms yearly and this administration reduced it to 1? Did you know that the UPP introduced the school meals, which was a healthy, wholesome meal, and the Labour Party whittled it down to 1 chicken wing, a few scraps of lettuce, and a burger bread? Did you know that we introduced the $100 utility subsidy for seniors, the $215 food voucher for the underprivileged? Did you know we increased the minimum wage from $6 to $7.50? We increased the Social Security minimum pension from less than $100 to $350. The minimum government pension was increased from a little over $100 to $800. Did you know the UPP had computer centers and mobile units with free internet access across 16 communities all across this island for persons who could not afford a computer or internet? Did you know that thousands of students, teachers, and civil servants received tablets and high in-speed connectivity free of cost? You know the UPP increased public servant salaries by 10%. Teachers were increased by a total of 17%. Policemen 23%. Customs 33%. Air traffic
36%. And we paid back pay to civil servants, which was outstanding since 1994. And we introduced the dollar barrel. Did you know that? They say, no, we don't know all of that. No, I said to them, do you know one thing that the Labour Party introduced to improve the lives of the masses since they were in office? Just one. There was silence. They could not tell me one thing that this Labour Party administration introduced to improve the lives of the masses. But maybe some comrade here in the crowd tonight can tell me one thing. I'm waiting, but it looks like I'm going to have to wait in vain. Well, that says it all. That says it all, my people. But I'm not finished yet with the highlighting the differences. Did you know that the UPP ministers took a 10% pay cut when they got into office, while the Labour Party ministers raised it and still have the gall to be asking for a further salary increase? Did you know that the Prime Minister ridiculed the former UPP ministers for not having any riches to show for their time in office, while he told his ministers to enrich themselves? Did you know that while the UPP suggested a stimulus relief package for the people affected by the pandemic, the Prime Minister told the people he's not giving them no stimulus to go do hair and nails? Meanwhile, 6 million from a loan was used to purchase the Look Cinema to bail out cabinet colleague Max Fernandez. Never forget that, my people. Never forget that. Did you know that while the UPP is committed to paying the ex-LIAT staff their severance, the Labour Party has made a paltry offer to them and told them take it or leave it? Did you know that while the UPP has outlined a realistic plan to address the water crisis, to bring relief to the people in the short term, while working on a permanent fix, the Labour Party says you have enough water to take at least a shower a day? Now what is that? What is that? In 2022, when people are flying into another galaxy, into space, just for the fun of it, we can only get a shower a day if we are lucky. Did you know that the UPP did not support the vaccine mandate, and we condemned the tear gassing and the firing of the rubber bullets on peaceful protesters? We believe persons should have the right to choose what they put into their bodies and not be forced to do so in order to keep their jobs. And we will end all the mandates and pay those public servants those 2 months that this heartless administration did not pay them because they chose not to be vaccinated. So while we were talking, 2 non-nationals were close by and they were listening to the conversation, and the Jamaican said, you know them double the work permit and they raise up the application form fee from $10 to $100, and they raise up the citizenship from $1,000 to $2,000. Them is the wicked set of people. Them use our we, them abuse our we, and now they want fool our we again. Things me much better under the UPP, cause we know me have to pay so much money for work permit and citizenship. I said, well, miss, I love you. She's now on my campaign team. My people, I am not finished yet. Do you know, while this administration is not doing anything to ease the squeeze with the rising food prices, we have committed to reducing the import duties on some basic food items to reduce the cost of living. We will introduce the YES program. It's the Young Entrepreneurs Setup program, where young entrepreneurs will get help in setting up, doing proposals, marketing and negotiating financing for their businesses. We differ greatly on principles as well, because while the UPP operates on a people first mantra, The Labour Party's mantra is self-enrichment, while UPP is committed to doing the greatest good for the greatest majority. They are committed to doing the greatest good for a very, very, very small minority. While our honorable leader, Howard Lovell, tells us that our only business in office should be the business of service to people, their leader tells them that they should use their power while in office when they meet persons with resources to enrich themselves. So that's why you see all of them are setting up all kinds of businesses all over the place and competing with the local businessman, and he leads the way by example. Pay attention, my people. Pay attention to these things. And talking about leaders, the difference could not be more stark. You have in our political leader, Howard Lovell, a patriot, not a traitor, who is prepared to sell China for gifts and money, and sell us to China for gifts and money. And we have in Howard Lovell a respected gentleman, not a vulgar bully, a confident diplomat, not an insecure dictator, a humble servant leader, not a greedy top dog. You have in this redeemed team men and women who love people and country, not money and power, who have integrity and ability and are not corrupt and self-serving. We are not the same. There is no comparison. It's like night and day, chalk and cheese. My people, do not allow yourselves to be drawn into a state of apathy and become indifferent and not vote. The choice is very clear. The right choice is the United Progressive Party. Sister Gladys Potter is the right choice for St. John's Rural South. UPP, the right choice. God bless you all. Thank you and good night.
Them fool us enough. They don't care nothing about me. Only friend and family. The nation is valid. We can't take it no more.
Thank you very much, Sister Paul. My people, it's time to bounce. It's time to bounce. Let's put some energy in this place. I can feel you. I can feel you. This is the time. Tonight is hardball politics, and if you're in your car sitting down, you can't stay there tonight. I am going to invite those persons in the car to come out the car and let us have a party for Paul while we wheel some licks on Darrell. We're fronting with blood of the beast. He's going to make sure that Gaston Brown's time in Parliament is up. Put your hands together for Brother Alistair Thomas. I am a wicked people. We don't study evil. The project I told me that I could never fumble. It is my decision to achieve my vision. To be the best I can be. It's my mission. I am a wicked people. We don't study evil. The project I told me that I could never fumble. It is my decision to achieve my vision.
Good evening, my brother. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening to everyone who've gathered here this evening. I came with a energized mood, but it has changed in the last couple of minutes. There's a tragedy in my constituency as I speak. Fire is burning uncontrollably in a section of Point, and no water, and I think it's one fire tender. Several homes already been lost. Good evening. Who do you want as the next government? Who do you want as the next government of Antigua and Barbuda? Say it again. Who do you want? Which party do you want to be the next government of Antigua and Barbuda? Who do you want to be the next Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda? Who do you want to be the next Prime Minister of this country? Who do you want to be the next parliamentary representative for St. John's Rural South? I don't hear you. Who do you want to be the next parliamentary representative for St. John's City South? Who? And who do you want for St. John's Rural East? Sean what? Sean what? And who do you want for St. Mary's North? Brother who? Brother who? Who do we want for All Saints West? Who do we want for All Saints East and St. Luke? Who do we have? Who do we have? And who do we have in St. Philip's South? Who do we have? St. Philip North? St. Philip's North? Who did I miss? St. John's Rural West? St. Paul's? St. Paul's? St. John's Rural North?
tragedy that is happening as I speak in Point, I place it squarely at the feet of an incompetent, selfish and greedy Prime Minister and representative. How could we be spending all that money on reverse osmosis, and yet 80% of the population cannot get adequate water supply? In that half of the destruction this evening could have been avoided. But I want to say tonight that the moment of truth to redeem this country is here. I am confident as I travel with my teammates throughout this country that the people are ready. I am confident that they are fed up with the mismanagement and the incompetence. I have no doubt it's not a question. In fact, it's an embarrassing question to compare our leader, the next Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, with a scamp, with a crooked, with a nasty, with a dirty, with a corrupt, with an evil leader as Gaston Brown. There is no comparison. I say to you that Harold has already demonstrated in government his competence, his statesmanship, his leadership, his respect, his compassion, his caring. Every single sector of the society Gaston has abused. Every public service, police, nurse, name it. Social security, even his own colleagues, he abused. And I say to you that this country, in the present crisis that Gaston Brown and the Gastonites has created, that the Redeem team, led by Harold Lovell, is not only ready, but they have demonstrated before, not the Dream Team, but the team in which Harold was in as Minister of Finance. He has demonstrated competence. He has demonstrated the ability that in crisis he can lead. When the world saw the worst economic crisis in 80 years, Harold Lovell as Minister of Finance took this country through. And every social program remained. In fact, they introduced new ones. The most construction in Antigua in 5 years was done during his tenure. The Sugar Ridge, the Tamarind Hill, the Hermitage, the Veranda, the Sandals Extension. And we have had this failed experiment, announcing nearly 30 projects, not one. So Howard has demonstrated. But in this COVID crisis, when the government failed to show compassion, when Gaston failed to show empathy, when Gaston failed to show caring, Harold Lovell again, not in power, but out of power with the Redeem team. When Gaston said to the women, first he said that they have enough monies on their savings, so the government don't need to help all those hotel workers, all those airline workers who are being laid off. They can go on their accounts and draw some money off, not knowing that 80% of our population is living from paycheck to paycheck. But then he went further. They had $500 million. They didn't need to borrow from anybody because they had the money. But they never delivered. And our people suffered hard time, difficulty, hunger, starvation, and deprivation. And Harold Lovell, in opposition, with the Redeem team, said no. He can't have his people, though he's out of power, suffering like that. And I can say this evening, standing here, that in every 16 constituency, Harold Lovell ensured that that the Redeem team were able to provide assistance to the needy. Give a hand to Howard Lovell and the Redeem team. Out of power, he has done that already. Relief. Because Howard and the Redeem team said nobody was hungry. And all of us, hundreds in each constituency, thousands across the country. And I want to say to the people of St. John City West, it's not if, it's not but, it's not maybe. As long as you elect Alistair Thomas on the UPP Redeem team, that we will transform Point. We will make the lives of the people in Point better. We'll create jobs. We'll create opportunities for the young, for the seniors. We will ensure that the people of Point be proud again. Because under the leadership of Howard Lovell, with the Redeem team, a caring, a compassionate, a team that understands the need of the people. I say to you tonight, join with us in this campaign to redeem, to save this country. I am saying to you, join with us to ensure that every voter vote, ensure that every person who can be registered, be registered. I say to you, get them out early in the morning. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. For Antigua and Barbuda, we will deliver for all and every citizen. Let's together as one people work together to transform, to redeem this country. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. Because UPP and Howard Lovell and the Redeem team is the what? Is the right? Is the right? Is the right? Is the right? Let's do it and save this country. Thank you. I love you all. Until next time. I am on wicked people. We don't study people. People they try to hold me down. I could never stumble. Never stumble. My decision to achieve my vision. To be the best I can be. It's my mission. Yes, my people. Get yourself ready. Get yourself back ready. But this name Jordan. You know, we keep pushing on to the top. We must. I want. Election is just a few weeks away, brothers and sisters. A general election is just a few weeks away from now. And let me say this. Walk with your weapon every way. Sharpen your voter ID. Sharpen it. Every morning you get up, you look at it. And in the night before you go to sleep, you look at it to make sure you have it. Because any day he called the election, we're going after him, pound for pound, flesh for flesh. We are going to win the next general election. We are going to win the next general election. And oh yes, you have your weapon. You have your weapon in your hand. Let me show you. Me and for me too. You have for you. All those who have their weapons, let me see your hands in the air. Keep your weapon handy. Election is just around the corner. Just around the corner. Now, you will have heard the man that is going to cut off the head of the most hated man in this country. Now we're going to rural east to deal with the other part of that family. Brothers and sisters, he has made a conscious decision to go against the past and to make sure that Antigua is on the path to progress. He is the right choice for St. John's rural east. Put your hands together, hold those horns for Brother Sean Bird. Voices coming back from the darkness, never again should the ALP receive another mandate to run this country. No, hear the voices. No, never again should the nation be by a megalomaniacal regime. No, hear the voices. Good evening, brothers and sisters.
And to all the comrades and friends that are listening, tell Iris and Vanjie and them I can still dance. All you tell me that need some dance lessons, tell Serpent and he one can. Anyway, as we move along. Welcome to Operation Fix Antigua and Barbuda. Welcome to Operation Hope, where leadership matters. You see, we understand that promises without action, all you would start to say choops, and coin the phrase, all politicians are the same. So therefore, it is like this. The Bible says faith without works is dead. Therefore, this election is not about death or discouragement, but life and hope where leadership matters. We therefore pledge with you, the people of Antigua and Barbuda, a new deal. And with this pledge comes the promise to improve the lives of the people of this nation. In other words, we're going to be bettering the human condition. Let me show you what I mean. Are you here? Let me show you what you mean. We're talking about the hospital. Let's look at the hospital. What happened up there? Patients lying down. They're waiting for hours. Family members stressed. Patients getting fatigued. Mothers and children waiting for long hours. All you think because me now have sir behind my name that I don't know what I'm talking about? Ask a question. Well, the idea is that we are here, Operation Fix It. The New Deal. The United Progressive Party under the leadership of Harold Lovell intends to fix it. You see, there are shortages of doctors in the ER. Enough is not being done in order to prioritize those that are having problems. So they're lying in wait and they're suffering right in the emergency room. And you know COVID is all about. You hear me? And we are here to fix it. There are 25 community clinics who look after patients with pressure and sugar, but a majority is in a poor state. Let's look to the good clinic up there in St. John's Rural East. No water. How you gonna have one clinic without water? But because me the name Sir, all you now listen. Well, I'm here tonight to tell you, we're bringing you Operation Fix It, where leadership matters and there is a new deal coming to you. You see, the doctors and nurses are trying their best, but they don't have the resources. So here what? We pledge under the leadership of Harold Lovell, the United Progressive Party Redeems team, to take into consideration and bring into action, not just talk, because we don't want to hear your chops. The entire health system is broken, and we're going to fix it. I give you the assurance that the United Progressive Party's Redeem team will modernize the emergency room, provide you the type of health care that you and your family deserve. Oh, you didn't just hear me. You didn't just hear me. You see, there's going to be immediate improvement in the working conditions. We're going to give the medical professionals the tools and resources that you require. And hear what? When the private doctors and them gone home, what are you going to do? You're supposed to go to the hospital. But then what happened? We are going to ensure that between 6 p.m. and 8 a.m., there will be no less than 3 doctors and a full complement of nurses and assistants. Oh, did I get a blow your horn? Blow your horn! This Redeem team is no joke. We are on the road to Operation Fix It. It's a new deal. It's a new time. It's a new dispensation. Tell me, this is it. Blow your horn. We're going to fix the mess, man. Sir this and sir that. I am not an expert. So how me you cut across them that know about medicine and me never study medicine? I study law. I'm not ubiquitous. In other words, they tell me don't use big words. I don't know everything. You hear me? So this is what is coming under the UPP government. Brothers and sisters, those listening on the World Wide Web, wherever you are, The paradigm shift is here. I am going to make sure that the leader of the United Progressive Party continues to say, mindset reset. Paradigm shift. It is not business as usual. Hear this. Listen to the sweet part. We are immediately in office looking to put 1 million EC dollars into our healthcare system. Modernizing all the equipment. I said $1 million, man. We're going to work with PAHO to improve all the operational standards. New equipment. Whatever it takes, I give you the assurance that under the leadership of the incoming Prime Minister, Harold Lovell, and my colleagues, we're going to fix that mess up there. And no sir will be behind anybody's name. You see, to my people in St. John's Rural East and the Clear Hall Clinic, it's a shame. No running water, shortage of resources. We are going to address that problem, and we're going to make that into a polyclinic. A polyclinic, for those of you who don't understand the difference, is just under the real hospital. Therefore, preventative medicine will be our target. Preventative medicine eases up medical benefits, eases up all the costs that it has, because once you begin to catch it early through good health care, you're good to go. But that disaster of having to wait hours and hours to see a doctor in the emergency room, we're going to fix that. You see, we pledge and understand that some of you are so distraught and discouraged, you're on the edge. Leadership matters. Vision matters, because a people without vision perishes. This is election. It's not just about politics, but a new deal. You don't want to hear what you're accustomed to, and we're bringing solutions. That's why we call it Operation Fix It. Understand that we're not into a creative enrichment, but creative environment. Wait, I don't get a hello there. We're not into creative enrichment. We're into creative environment. Because creative enrichment brings you what? No jobs, no water, keep giving away patrimony, and no attempt to stem the tide of the high cost of living. Let me hear you. We in the United Progressive Party, a people-first government, intends to establish a vision with New Deal. Understand where we're going. Understand what is happening. We want to make sure you have access to land, not for penny halfpenny. We're not going to give out government contracts willy-nilly. We're going to fix that. Are you getting me? As a new government, we seek to ensure that the economic, social, and political benefits are distributed equally. I'm deeply moved tonight. This is the Ides of March for those of you. You see the wind blowing heavy? It is the wind of change. You see the wind blowing heavy? It is the wind of change. The Ides of March. I'm deeply moved tonight. I'm deeply moved by your passion and the air of hope that our nation is seeking to breed. Do we have all answers? No. Are me and my colleagues going to make mistakes? Yes. But it is a desire that persistently beats within us to work passionately and unrelentingly. Remember, people first. UPP today, UPP on election day, and a people-first government all the way. The Ides of March, the winds of change is here. Good night, all. Yes, my brothers and sisters, that was so good. You heard the man talk about health care in this country. Let me say this. I want us to know this, that on the Gaston Brown, everything fall down. Everything mash up. Everything down the guasa. Nothing tall run properly. Nothing
the sense to go to point to out of fire. 5 homes, 5 families lost their homes tonight because of the... Look, let me tell you something, right? In any real country, in any real society, that Prime Minister would resign tomorrow. He would resign because he has failed his people. It's not no other constituency, you know. Let me tell you, it's not St. Peter's. It's not Old Road. It is in the Prime Minister's constituency. He has failed his people. That is why, brothers and sisters, we cannot wait for change to come, because change must come. Change must come. Change must come. Let's return this country on the path to progress. I am going to bring the next speaker now. Brothers and sisters, we said tonight we're going through the hard way. We're going to attack 3 constituencies tonight. And we're now going to go at the first attack. This man put this country through hell during the COVID crisis. He took over from the health experts and behaved as if he know more about health and COVID crisis than anybody else. And then when things go south, he run go hide and put the medical experts in front. The health system of this country collapsed under his leadership. Strike after strike after strike. On election day, the people of St. Mary's North is going to go the UPP way with Jonathan Joseph. Put your hands together for Brother Jonathan Joseph. Antigua, good night. Good night to the diaspora. St. John's, rural south, good night. St. Mary's North, good night. Let me hear you make some noise. The greatest constituency in all of Antigua and Barbuda, St. Mary's North, massive. Let me hear you make some noise. We are here this evening. We're looking for change. We're looking is time for a change in this country. If you agree with me that it is time for a change in Antigua and Barbuda, let me hear you make some noise. I'm saying this evening that the change will start with St. Mary's North, because you recognize that with Jonathan you can. Yes, we can. Want to say to you this evening that we are at a crossroad. We are at a crossroad. This country, it is the worst that it has ever been. And I'm saying, don't you worry, don't fret, because the team to redeem Antigua and Barbuda, we are here with Brother Harold Lover, the Prime Minister in waiting. Not only are we the right choice, but we are the only choice in Antigua and Barbuda. I want to say to the people of St. Mary's North, I want you to listen to me good this evening. I don't know which camera, but I want you to focus on me for those at home who are listening, those who are watching. Because these times in which we're living in Antigua, is serious time. And we must get rid of the career politician for almost 40 years, and we have gotten nothing. It is time for us to bring real change, meaningful change in the constituency of St. Mary's North. Healthcare is in a crisis. 3 community clinics in our constituency, and all are in a deplorable state. And my heart goes out to our healthcare workers who have to do their jobs without the necessary tools to get it done. We salute you this evening. The United Progressive Party, we have our track record when it comes to health care in this nation. What am I talking about? We, under the United Progressive Party, we have seen the dental clinic in Grace Farm, the dental clinic in All Saints. We repaired the clinic in Bendels, in Parham. We repaired and expanded the one in Bethesda. We built the one in Cedar Grove. We expanded the hours with doctors and nurses, midwives at Grace Farm and All Saints and in Freetown. We established the satellite ambulance at All Saints, Johnson's Point and Grace Farm. We trained all our EMT workers. We opened the OECS Cancer Center. That's not all. What about the Caribbean Eye Care Center at Halberton? You remember that? We constructed the pharmacy at Browns Avenue and the one in Clare Hall. That's under the United Progressive Party's administration 10 years. And what this administration has done to healthcare in this nation, it is almost unforgivable. When I travel around the various communities in St. Mary's North, it pains my heart. It pains my heart. But I want to say here, I want to remind you that I am one of you. All my life, I lived in Jennings. So I feel your pain. I feel your hurt. I know what you're going through. Your experience is my experience. How can it be in the year 2022, the infrastructure that we have in St. Mary's North, when we have a representative for almost 40 years, nothing for us. And that is why on election day you must choose wisely. You must choose the United Progressive Party. You must choose Jonathan Joseph, the right choice for St. Mary's North. If you want a bright future in St. Mary's North, you must choose your humble servant. We have entered into an agreement with our representative, but I'm here this evening on behalf of the people to cancel that contract. We are canceling that contract tonight. You have betrayed us. We are canceling the contract. You have not been representing us well. You have forsaken us. You have forsaken us. You have shown us where your heart is. You have forsaken us. You fell in love with all cars. You're obsessed with lands. And our young people are crying out for peace of the rock. And at your age, you're grabbing and grabbing and grabbing. And our young people are crying out for peace of land. I want to say to you this evening that real change is coming to St. Mary's North. When we look across the communities in St. Mary's North and we look at our sporting facilities, a big concern for my young people, our recreation centers, they are in disrepair. And in Cassia Hill, it doesn't exist. But I want to talk to the people of Cassia Hill this evening. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Because help is on the way. Because the United Progressive Party is the right choice. And we are committed to bringing change to your constituency. How can it be for almost 40 years and the infrastructure in Cassia Hill and Bath Lodge is so deplorable? Even if an effort was being made
comfortable position with our infrastructure? How can it be in St. Mary's North that when it rains, that we're walking with 2 pairs of shoes to get to the bus stop? How can it be that in 2022, my beloved brothers and sisters in communities across St. Mary's North are walking with their feet in garbage bags to get to the main road, and there to put on their working shoes? How can it be? I'm saying enough is enough. Enough is enough. It is too much. And we are canceling the contract because you have forsaken us. You have betrayed us. How can it be in 2022 that my beloved brothers and sisters in Golden Grove, in Creekside, have to make it down to the road with their garbage drum for garbage collection because the garbage truck refused to go up to the hill because of the condition of the road? How could it be? It is almost unforgivable because our minister, our representative, is in a unique position where he is the Minister of Health, Wellness, and the Environment. Solid waste is under his charge. He is not in a position where he has to beg like a puppy in cabinet. He has the substantive ministry to affect the issues facing the people in his constituency, but he fails to do so. How is it that the community is so filthy? How is it that we have all the stagnant drains? How is it that so many areas in the constituency are overgrown? For that, we are canceling the contract. We are canceling the contract. My brothers and sisters, I'm here to assure you that the Redeemed team, under the leadership of Brother Harold Lovell, the next Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, we stand ready. We stand ready. We know it won't be easy, but we are up to the challenge. We are up to the charge. We have been in the trenches. We listen to your voices. We have been talking to you. We hear your concerns. At times, we cry with you. But don't you worry, Deliverance Day is coming. The day is coming when you will elect a caring government. I want to say to the community of Bendels, I hear you. I hear you. Because that bridge will be a priority for the Harold Lovell administration. How can it be that Benders have some of the worst roads in this country when the aggregate for road work
comes out of Bendel's. You deserve better. You know it. We know it, and you're going to get it. You're going to get it. We speak of health care. When we speak of health care, we speak of holistic health care. And again, we hear you. We hear you cry on behalf of Dr. Jose Humphreys, that young, intelligent, talented doctor. We hear you. And we are going to do right by Dr. Jose Humphreys. That's a promise. That's a promise. You will get your doctor. I want to say to my young people, I hear you. We hear you. You're ready. You're ready. You just don't want no handout. You want to work. You want to work. I want to assure you that under a higher level administration, that work will be a priority. Jobs will be a priority. With our new industries that will come on stream, jobs will be a priority. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Our young people are anxious to work. We will ensure that it happens. We will ensure that it happens. I'm saying to you this evening, 4 years ago, I vowed, I made a pledge to you, and I am here to renew that pledge once again. I pledge allegiance to the constituency of St. Mary's North. I pledge to serve the constituents of Bendel's, Bath Lodge, Cashew Hill, Golden Grove, Jennings, Ebenezer, Martins Village, and Browns Avenue. I believe in listening to you, the people, as a whole, hearing all your voices and your views, and trying to find the best solution and initiatives for our community. Continuous representation will be given to you under my leadership. I want to say to you that a new leadership is coming in the person of Jonathan Joseph. I want to let you know that a brighter future is on the horizon for St. Mary's North with Jonathan Joseph. I want to let you know that we believe in choices. We believe, we respect your choice. With the United Progressive Party, you have a choice. I want to say to you that with Jonathan Joseph, that better days are coming with for St. Mary's North. I want to let you know that the United Progressive Party is the right choice for Antigua and Barbuda. In fact, the United Progressive Party is the only choice for Antigua and Barbuda with Brother Harold Lover as Prime Minister. He's been tried and he's been tested. The right man for the job. Antigua and Barbuda needs rescuing. Vote for the United Progressive Party. Vote Jonathan Joseph on election day. The right choice for St. Mary's North. Thank you. I love you. St. Mary's North massive. Let me hear you. Make some noise. God bless. One love. The King's Highway. There is joy.
things are going to heat up, and I'm going to say it again. Any real prime minister on a night where you have 7 homes destroyed in your constituency would resign office tomorrow. 7 families lost their homes because of poor governance, bad management. You know, today they removed the mask mandate from next week, Wednesday, right? You know that the country let loose now. So when we call the next meeting, we're going to open up with hand on them. We're going to open up with hand on them. It's no more driving rally. We're going to flood the park with people. They must understand that the people say it's time for them to go. And the next speaker I'm going to bring on is the man that will drive the Barbuda on the QT. Put your hands together for brother Franz the Fighter. Somebody hold me! 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 Hey, City South. City South will be. All right, City South. Dennis, I see you. Lisa, I see you. Look, people, UPP, everybody had a bullboard. You need for have your bullboard. I hope everybody bullboard ready, intact, and able to drive on this wicked government in Antigua and Barbuda right now. Look, if you don't have your bullboard, make sure tomorrow you find enough for your constituency, the registration center, so that you can equip yourself with the bullboard that is necessary for move this government out of power. You must register to vote right now. Look, this election you have consequences to people. You cannot afford not to vote in this election. There is no staying home in this election. Make sure that you're ready. We need every voter, everybody who qualified for vote in Antigua and Barbuda for come out and win the election. We must change our nation, community,
by community, step by step. Let me start out tonight just by saying big up to Sister Gladys Spotter. She is the right choice for rural South. Blow your horn if Gladys are the right choice for City South. She cares about this constituency. She is the real deal, and she's ready to represent the people and them over here tonight. Give her a chance to serve you, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a chance to bring the change that is needed to rural South. Give her a chance to develop the people. Give her a chance to develop the programs. And give her a chance to develop this constituency. Sister Gladys, I got drive the bullbud and the do nothing representative that they have in this constituency up here. Gaston, I want you to know that you are a disgrace to Antigua and Barbuda. You have demonstrated tonight here in a crisis and an emergency down in point that you are absent, demonstrating the kind of leader you are with no compassion in this country for the people of your constituency. You're the worst leader Antigua has ever seen, and the people want you to know that are ready for your call the election. Honk your horn if you're ready for see Gaston gone. Sisters and brothers, just give me a little moment here for address the issues that affect my constituency of St. John City South. Brenda, away there. Dennis, Anika. I wonder where words were there. I see somewhere around earlier. Look, we are in a crisis in this constituency as we stand here tonight because of the lack of representation we have had for more than 28 years in our constituency of City South. The people can't take the sweet talking no more. In ovals, we have no water during the day for days on end. Residents can't bathe. They have a throw up water and they then coach every day in the faraway constituency. No water there for flush the toilet. So if you bring a friend over, you have a bucket of water for putting in the toilet if they use them. People can't wash their clothes and are tired of buying water for drink, water for cook. In Belmont, the roads are deplorable. And only because he gets on liquid the bullbud the other day, he started to do some work up in the Belmont over there. But even though he start the work, he can't seem to finish nothing. If I get like a rain over in a Belmont anytime now, the road and them like one pig pen over there. Down in a Michael's village, the people and them catching hell from dirty stinking water because of the lack of drainage that is down in Michael village. A failure to maintain the gutters that are there. They wake up to stinkiness in the morning. They have to deal with stinkiness all day long. And when night come, they have to go sleep with stinkiness down in a Michael village. It is time to move the sweet talker from down in that constituency there. In a Briggins, we need roads badly in Briggins. I don't know if I know where Briggins there or how that's situated, but when rain come over their plastic bag and water boats, people have to put on for get out of their house, for go work. The people and them have to dress themselves nearly like in them boat for go down the road before they can put on their shoes. And you know, the water and them now going away over there, and some mosquito kill them over in the Briggins. And by the way, I want the sweet talker for now. Go pick up the dirty thinking rubbish that for the last 4 weeks that I have done in the Briggins that you now pick up. Over in the Herberts, even though I have plenty real estate in the Herberts, they need road bad. The one little place in the Herberts that belong to me, the bush and them. Not even that the lazy do not no opponent me have can go down there go do. He's a disgrace to the community. And I'll go get rid of him. Look, Gaston, call the election right now. Blow your horn if you want the election right now. Let me take an opportunity right here to send a special message to the people who the Sweet Talk and his operatives continue for transfer into City South constituency. Hey, I take what them a give you. Me hear a bucket loads of money them they give out over there. But hold on to your voter's ID. Now let them go. That are your bullbud. Don't surrender your bullbud. You can need your bullbud for jive under the Sweet Talker when election come. Look, my opponent has no track record of helping develop the people of this constituency. He will not empower you nor your children. He has done nothing for the constituency of St. John's City South. And look, but why you for know just in case you know me understand, he no love nobody tall. Just for himself, he care about his families and his cronies. He is a greedy, selfish, bad-minded, lazy, uncaring, insensitive, self-serving, heartless, unconcerned, unloving, unproductive son of a fellow. That one that we have down there in St. John's City South. All he know how to do is to use people. And look, he can use you, abuse you, and then left you for beg until the next election. And that's for you, Emo, down in the St. John's City South. Look, come with me. Let's build a better community. I am asking you, City South, finish with the sweet mouth and put friends in City South. And in the end, they're going to jump and prance, but City South will be voting friends in the next general election here. Look, let me just take 1 minute there for address the crisis that we're having in education here in Antigua and Barbuda. This is something that affects everybody. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a system under this useless guy named Daryl Matthew down in the Ministry of Education. We have been denied opportunities for our children to go to school every day. For months and months, parents have to make all kind of arrangements while them go work for them picnic, for tap home and do all kind of remote learning. They have to find all kind of people to look after them children while this government is busy granting permission for people to have party and fete and our children can't go to school because they listen to the United Progressive Party, then decide that Wednesday or Monday people can get to go back to school. But I must hold it against them. Every day our children didn't go to school. They lost education. They lost opportunity. The negative effects of this will affect them for the rest of their life if we do not have immediate intervention in the Ministry of Education for the children that we have. If we truly care and believe that our children are indeed the future of Antigua and Barbuda, then the psychological and mental health toll must be addressed that has been meted out to the children as a result of the reckless policies of this government. Incompetent Minister of Education, do your job. You're frustrating teachers and you're frustrating the parents of the children who utilize the public school system in Antigua and Barbuda. Let me also take the opportunity tonight to advocate on behalf of police, firefighters, and prison officers for better working conditions and benefits. It is a shame and a disgrace how they have treated the law enforcement and the people who protect our society in Antigua and Barbuda. The UPP cares about your safety. They care about your career advancement and your day-to-day operations and conditions at various stations. We will make sure that you have the right tools and you have the right equipment and you have more than one uniform to wear while you go out to do your work. Police, you must get rid of the sweet talker in City South. I have to speak to the people about the dilapidated, rundown, neglected, stinking, dirty condition of town. You know, all of town is in my constituency of St. John's City South. It is a shame and a disgrace how government have the gateway to our nation looking. Now, you must understand, this is the place where thousands of tourists get off of their luxury cruise ship, and it look like a rubbish heap right where they come off in the middle of town. It caused the tourists to be afraid, and that leads to less businesses for vendors and the business owners in St. John's. Local people who have other options, them they just choose for shop somewhere else because town smell rank and it dog infested and it congested and the conditions of the business district are terrible. We must do something about St. John's. Sisters and brothers, I want to let you know that this land is enough for all of us to share, but we need a leadership that cares all about Antigua and Barbuda, not just for some, and look, not just for some themselves. We need a leadership that love people. UPP, the redeemed team. This is the right choice for Antigua and Barbuda. Vote Franz de Freitas for City South. In City South, we have a leader in me that will do the work. Do the work of the people and for the people. Look, as a matter of fact, my campaign has already started to do the work to solve the problems in my constituency. And me in a government yet. We have given free CXC classes in our community. Food packages to people who need it. You can just come and get something for yummy if you're hungry down there. Trade skills in our constituency for those who want to develop themselves. We have an employment agency that finds jobs for people in the constituency down in the City South, and we offer wellness and exercise initiatives to make our community more healthy. Folks, and just one tip of the iceberg. You just put me in the office in a government and you will see how we can transform a community with proper roads, truly affordable housing, jobs for every member of the community, entrepreneurship opportunities, college education opportunities for our children, trade skills and training for those seeking further development, farming opportunities up in a Belmont where most of the farm and them be in a for my constituency, sports and exercise options for the community, music and arts. And we have to bring our issue or bring to end this issue of the proper naming of streets and finding addresses for people up in Briggins and Belmont so that can top rig the election and them in there. We need a change for the benefit of all people, for the benefit of St. John's City South in this country. We must elect the United Progressive Party the right choice. Let us all as good citizens and residents wise up to the atrocities, wise up to the evils, rise up to the wickedness being imposed upon us here in Antigua and Barbuda, and all in unison rise up against this wicked, terrible government to pursue the happiness and prosperity that we truly deserve. Sisters and brothers, I assure you tonight, Gladys Potter is the right choice for rural South. Jonathan Joseph is the right choice for St. Mary's North. And Franz de Freitas is the right choice for City South. UPP is the right choice for Antigua and Barbuda. Let us forward together to a better and a more prosperous Antigua and Barbuda. UPP! 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 St. Mary's North, City South. Special good evening to the people from Rural West. Good evening to one and all. I'm here tonight to lend support to my fellow candidates. Sister Gladys Potter, the right choice for St. John's Rural South. Brother Jonathan Joseph, the right choice for St. Mary's North. Brother Franz de Freitas, the right choice for St. John's City South. I've seen these candidates at work articulating their plans for the constituents and for the development of Antigua and Barbuda. So I say to you, in Rural South, you're going to vote Gladys Potter and the UPP. You know, Rural South is my very close neighbor. And we have a lot of things in common. And I pledge to ensure that Rural South comes home for the United Progressive Party, just as Rural West will be coming home. That St. Mary's North comes home for the UPP. That City South comes home for the UPP. Together, we will redeem this nation of Antigua and Barbuda. Together, we will restore jobs, respect, water, and free choice. The team to redeem is ready. We are ready under the astute leadership of the next Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Brother Harold Lovell. So, on election day, it's UPP all the way. You know, recently in the budget, the Prime Minister boasted of some kind of growth. He talked about a 5.3% growth, but the people are asking, where is the growth? And let me ask you, are you feeling that growth in your pocket? Economic growth means nothing if the people not feeling it in the pocket. Growth means nothing when there is rising cost of living. It means nothing when there is rising unemployment. It means nothing when there is inequality in wealth distribution. And people don't forget, the Prime Minister promised us years ago that he was going to do something about the wealth gap. He was going to bridge that gap. He was going to make sure that you narrow the gap between the rich and the poor. And instead of him narrowing the gap, he has widened the gap. We cannot have meaningful growth if small and micro businesses are struggling, and you know many of them have closed. We cannot have meaningful growth if there is demand on social service, if that demand is escalating. And during our period of hardship during the time of COVID, the early parts of the pandemic, we asked for stimulus. And the man said, no, I'm not getting a stimulus. The powerhouse, the economic powerhouse that is boasted about, our economic powerhouse could not emulate St. Kitts and Nevis. You know what happened in St. Kitts and Nevis? Little St. Kitts and Nevis, they gave a stimulus. Just Christmas gone there, all public servants got a double salary. And continuing right now, every household that has a combined income of less than $3,000 get $500 extra every month. And in addition to that, in St. Kitts and Nevis, public bus owners get $400 fuel subsidy every month. What we get in Antigua and Barbuda, we get tear gas and vaccine mandate. That's what we get in Antigua and Barbuda. So in relation to the management of COVID-19 in Antigua, the Gaston-Brown administration in the budget have defended the vaccine mandate. People don't forget that for 2 years, they had us in a state of public emergency. 2 years. And as if that was not enough, they took away your right to choose. They took away your God-given right. And they said, no job, no job. They clobbered the people in
to submission, and Gaston Brown, like Pharaoh, had the people in bondage. Every time cabinet met, listen this, because I'm sure many of you would have experienced this. Every time cabinet met, Wednesday night and Thursday morning, people are under stress. Blood pressure gone up, mental anguish, wondering what next? What next coming from this cabinet? Imagine, this cabinet brought down the hammer with this vaccine mandate. When at that time, when the mandate came in, Antigua had the highest vaccination rate in the Caribbean. At 44%, there was no need for the vaccine mandate. They forced the people to take into the bodies what they did not want. And so the mandate got them an additional 18%. But listen to this. Barbuda, without the vaccine mandate, got to 52%. BVI, without the vaccine mandate, got to 58%. Jamaica, Dominica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, the list goes on, didn't enforce any vaccine mandate. And guess what? They're not worse off than Antigua and Barbuda. As a matter of fact, Antigua and Barbuda has the highest death rate, COVID-19 death rate in the OECS. The highest. And when you look at the Caribbean, the only other country that's slightly above Antigua and Barbuda is Jamaica. So their draconian vaccine mandate was unnecessary. It was wrong, unwarranted, unconscionable, ungodly, and inhumane. And voters, don't ever forget, no matter what they come with, don't you ever forget that the Gaston Brown-led administration sent home workers without pay. Some lost employment. Don't ever forget that they deprived your children of an education. Don't ever forget that they rendered unvaccinated Antiguans and Barbudans overseas, rendered them stateless. Don't ever forget that they divided this nation, that they drove fear into the people of Antigua and Barbuda. They mentally tortured you. They showed no mercy. They showed no compassion. By the way, they have decided that they're going to end the mandates. But I want to call on them. If you're ending the mandates, end the twice per month testing for public and private sector workers and for public and private school children. If you want to end the mandates, pay government workers who are forced to stay home for 2 months without pay, and even denied the option of working remotely. I want to quickly bring something to your attention. You know, for years, we've been talking about, for 6 years now, we've been talking about the e-books. We have no real answers. But a question must be asked. Why are we still paying for tuna picks? Why are we still paying for tuna picks? Do you know that the government of Antigua and Barbuda is paying millions in arrears to Fortuna Picks? Do you know that there is still ongoing negotiations with Fortuna Picks to reduce the 2020-2021 user license fees? Brothers and sisters, Antiguans and Barbudans, the contract should have ended in 2020. We're now in 2022, and there must be a new contract because we are still paying Fortuna Picks. Why are taxpayers' dollars being allocated to pay user fees to Fortuna Picks for 2020-2021 when the contract should have ended in 2020? How in good conscience could the contract be renewed? The people of Antigua and Barbuda need answers. And I think it is full time to ventilate this e-books debacle and let the chips fall where they may. Let us get to the truth. Over $70 million must be accounted for. And that $70 million could have given us 7 secondary schools, 7 new secondary schools. Transparency and accountability in government demand that we have this matter settled once and for all. I come quickly to my constituency, and there are many needs in the constituency, many areas that need attention. And as people in Rural West, nobody now, I've been lobbying for them to fix the Lavalali Road. I've made noise about that. And guess what? Recently, I'm pleased to report that recently work has commenced on the Lavalali Road. So relief is coming to the people of Green Bay. But I want to remind them that there's also Baker Street. Baker Street, people are crying out, the ball in murder, the drain needs to be fixed. So I'm calling on them, when they've done Lavalali Road, go over to Baker Street. And when they've done that, go over in the nook and cranny of the constituency and fix the roads that are in deplorable condition. There's another vexing matter in the constituency, and nobody seems to care. The Labour Party operatives, they don't give two hoots. We're talking about our community center. We need our community center. I wrote to the Attorney General since the 6th of January, and as expected, not a drum is heard. Not a drum. The same man who in April of 2019 said that the Magistrates Court being in Grace Farm will help to establish law and order in Grace Farm. He down forward and pass the place. He passed the place. We don't need a Magistrates Court to maintain law and order in Grace Farm. We have a police station. That is how they think of us. And we say, come election day, we must give them the boot. We must give them the boot. I want to say to you, brothers and sisters, that this current administration is toying with the people of Rural West. They have no urgent intention to remove the Magistrates Court from our community center. But under Richard Lewis and the United Progressive Party, the community center will be handed to the people of St. John's Rural West. So with Richard Lewis and the UPP, we'll pursue scholarship programs for constituents. We'll create a constituency youth advisory council. This council will enable youth perspective to be represented at the highest decision level of the constituency. We'll seek to identify and make available lands for first-time homeowners. And I want to draw your attention to the 93.75 acres of land of pensioners that they had for the Iraqi village for 4,000 Iraqi families. I say those lands are to be subdivided and given to the people of St. John's Rural West, first of all, and then we can extend it outside of the constituency. So my brothers and sisters, I just want to say to you that these and more Richard Lewis will do with the right party running the nation of Antigua and Barbuda, United Progressive Party. Vote for change. Vote for United Progressive Party. It is the right choice. Gladys Potter in Rural South, Jonathan Joseph in St. Mary's North, Francis Freitas in City South. Vote for Richard Lewis. The right choice in Rural West. I remain your advocate, your believer, your champion, defender, and friend. Rural West to the board. Rural West to the board. Hashtag from God.
If we fall out, that's when we go all out. We will never post if I'm not leading now. We ready to fall out.
You know, this Prime Minister had no heart at all. No heart at all. No, they went on a witch hunt. They went to try and find gold. They tried with Sister Giselle. They didn't find nothing. They tried with the political leader, Brother Wilmot and Sister Jackie. They don't find nothing. They go after Brother Harry and still not find nothing. So what he did, he go and attacked Brother Kem Warner. Attacked the young professional guy, young, one of Antigua's brightest sons. And he know the young man mother just died. So he no care, he no sympathy for nobody. What a wicked man he be. What a wicked man he be. But we're going to deal with him very
very soon, because we're going to the polls to deal with him very soon. Brothers and sisters, I am now going to bring on the woman of the hour. The woman who is going to defeat Darrell Matthew in this constituency. The woman that is going to bring home rural South to the UPP. Put your hands together for Sister Gladys
brothers and sisters. We have so many reasons to give God thanks. So join with me with a grateful heart and let us all say thank you, Lord God Almighty, that we're here today. And let us just pause and acknowledge and understand that we have a few homes, persons who lost their homes tonight. Let us just lift them up in prayer and ask God to make the way for them. Antigans and Barbudans, at home and abroad, here tonight in the physical, or joining us by the different media platforms. Welcome to St. John's Wood South. It's a pleasure to have you here. St. John's Wood South Massive, Creekside, Golden Grove Extension, Grace Hill, Golden Grove, North Grove, where are you? Low Otters, Otters Newton, Radio Range, we in the house, the dance start. I want to just thank you, St. John's Wood South, for teaming up with me for a better and more productive St. John's Wood South. Now, there comes a time in the life of every nation where we the people must decide and choose whether or not we will submit to oppression, whether we will give up our freedom. Are you ready to give up your freedom? No. Are you willing to give up your freedom? Our people, we are not prepared to accept that. We are fully prepared to defend what we value. Are you prepared to defend what you value? Honk your hand if you're prepared to defend what you value. And we value our children's future. We value our vulnerable well-being. We value our heritage. We value our right to choose. We value our freedom, our growing democracy, our integrity and moral values as a nation. Gladys Potter and the United Progressive Party will defend the soul of the nation. That is why we are the right choice. If you know the United Progressive Party is the right choice, honk your hand. Brothers and sisters, the Honorable Hilson Baptist saw the need to transform Antigua and Barbuda socially. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. The good foundation has already been laid. The human resource in the Ministry of Social Transformation is ready, willing, and able to work towards improving our standard of living. Did you hear me? You hear that? You have good men and women working presently to improve our quality of life, your quality of life. The UPP administration takes improving your quality of life seriously. It's a priority for us. Gladys Potter and the United Progressive Party administration will make social transformation a priority and give the staff the support and resources needed to improve the standard of living for all. Vulnerable, not so vulnerable, little bit vulnerable, abused, victimized, stressed, no matter your challenges, we will get through it together. Fellow Antiguans and Barbudans, residents of this, our beloved land, the time is now. I'm asking you, I'm calling on you to gird your loins, to join the battle and fight for our right to choose, our right to have regular water supply, our right to a good standard of living, our right to be able to support our families, our right to say no, our right to assemble and protest without being tear gas. Kentish Road, Joseph Lane, Tyndall Road, you know what I mean. Brothers and sisters, the Labour Party cabinet members are guilty of so many serious offenses. See, plenty, whole ton. But tonight, I ask you to listen good. Listen up as I touch on just a few. For example, the neglect of the worst Minister of Education, who sadly is the sitting MP for St. John's Road South, to Antigua and Barbuda's public educational system. Failure to secure and make available our patrimony and forcing the people into submission. As I propose a better way, a united progressive party way, I urge you all, think big. Be open to working together with us to realize our full potential as a people. We do have a track record to triumph over trials like the global economic crisis. You remember that? Remember how we overcame that? We didn't even feel it? That's what you call good leadership. Brothers and sisters, we have all heard the phrase, the children are the future. We've all used that phrase, the children are the future. The United Progressive Party believes and understands that the children are the future and recognize the importance of investing in the future. They are the future teachers, leaders, doctors, lawyers, engineers, innovators, nurses, plumbers, builders, mechanics, farmers, and so on. UPP has shown in the past, and my brothers, Richard Lois and Franz de Freitas, is already strategizing to do it again. Create innovative programs for our youth to meet the challenges ahead. One of these programs was the introduction of the Gates program. You all remember that? You all remembered how our children benefited from the Gates program? Dr. Eddieman, so you need to teach them something, you know, because then they're not tired, cabinet full of settled dunce, fooly-booly. A program that, had it been continued and reached its full potential, would have made the Ministry of Education, teachers, students, and parents better prepared to manage the disruption to face-to-face learning brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. the Labour Party and present Minister of Education does not care about our children's future. If you know that the Minister of Education and the Labour Party administration does not care about our children's future, honk your horn. Tell them they got to go. They got to go now. Right now. You're not working for us. In St. John's World South, most of our children attend the Otters Comprehensive, Jennings Secondary, Mary Pickett, and the Golden Grove Primary Schools. Presently, majority of these students are still on the days on, days off shift. Ridiculous. Brothers and sisters, the Labour Party administration and the Minister of Education are guilty as charged of neglecting our students, teachers, parents, our nation's future. And what they should get for that, vote them out. If it's time to vote them out, honk your horn! The current Dunsibat Minister of Education does not have a clue or workable proposal that details how and when students will return to a normal school week. You see how then like are we? You see how then they care about our children's future? They are the ones who are going to be making decisions for us. And they don't have a workable plan. They don't have no proposal. But they find all what they need for carnival. Crazy, wicked, wicked set of people. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Education failed to provide an effective alternative medium of learning, which has led to our students in the public educational system being neglected and shortchanged on the days off from school. That is 5 days every 2 weeks of wasting our children's time. To make money for themselves, to enrich themselves, they would have had a plan like the fowl farm. But for our children's future, absolutely nothing. If it's time for the Labour Party administration to go honk your horn. Brothers and sisters, UPP is the right choice. Gladys Potter is the right choice. Richard Lewis is the right choice. Franz de Freitas is the right choice. Why? We will introduce functioning, effective technology to complement face-to-face learning. Once again, returning Antigua and Barbuda to leading in the region with innovative technological learning. Dr. Eddie Mansour did it before. We will do it again. UPP did it before. Give us the chance. Position us. We will do it again. Honk your horn if you want us to lead in innovative technological learning. Friends and neighbors of Rural South, UPP is the right choice for community development. Gladys Potter is the right choice to ensure our people share in the development pie. UPP is the right choice for improved recreational facilities. Y'all on a playing field. You know, not one bathroom on this playing field here. Not one. That's what I may say. Gladys Potter will be right there, up front and center, making sure that you get your share. Yes. A share of the pie, our patrimony, yes, you Bling Chubb, you Emerson, you Rowan Green, you Tarrant, all of you deserve a good piece of the rock. UPP and Gladys Potter are the right choice because we understand that every citizen should have the opportunity to purchase land and not by checking your minister. Check your minister, joke thing. But by fair, impartial, and transparent means. If you're not checking your minister, joke thing, honk your horn. If you know you deserve a good piece of the rock, honk your horn. deserve a good piece of the rock. Just be patient. Don't settle for swamplands. Don't be part of their self-enrichment scheme. Be patient and make the right choice. Your reward will be the availability to a good piece of the rock. UPP is the right choice because we will do right by you where availability of land is concerned. Honk your horn! And let me tell you this. UPP is the right choice because we understand that our lands are our heritage and one of our most valuable assets. Now, one of the most serious offenses of the Prime Minister and his administration, an offense, I hear that one now, an offense termed by some Stoics as a deadly sin, is the violation of our right to choose. Brothers and sisters, Antiguans and Barbudans, citizens and residents, the Labour Party administration mandated all of us to take a vaccine. They denied public servants the right to work. Some of you are in here tonight. You know how that feels. You knew how it felt to get sent home because for whatever reason, you did not choose to take a vaccine. Sent home without pay, without concern how you're going to survive, how you're going to take care of your children. This evil administration denied students the right to an education. Can you imagine that? If you know that they're wicked act, honk your horn! This wicked administration denied all the right to access certain government services. They even choose. You had to present a document to say that you're vaccinated if you want a food package. Can you imagine that? Nonsense. Yes, a joke. No, make no joke, tal. Now, what made the offense even more serious was when some of us exercised our right to protest. More injustice was meted out to us. The people took to the streets to picket. Y'all remember that day? Demonstrating our dissatisfaction of the mandatory vaccination. The Gaston Brown administration gave an order to hurt us, to release tear gas on us, citizens and residents, to include children, senior citizens who needed the aid of a walking stick and so on. You hear that? Senior citizens, people like you, walker man, they release tear gas on you. I have never spoken publicly of my experience that day. I was there. But listen good. I remember walking down New Street when I was almost there, just by where Connolly meet New Street. A police officer said, "Mrs. Potter, be careful. We just get the order to release the tear gas." I said, "What y'all say?" I said, "Yes." I said, "But for what? Our peaceful picket." He said, "Then get the orders. Try and see if you can get them to move from there." So I'm going to run down now. When I reached there, a lot of people were there and they peacefully picketing and picking it. I said, "Listen, then you get the order to release the tear gas." Sister Giselle, I tell you so? I tell you. See, Sister Jackie, say, "Sister Jackie, try and get them out. Try and get them to move back because them no care about how we. Then go release the tear gas." I saw an elderly man and he had a walking stick. And I ran to him and I said, "Listen, you're going to have to start to move because when them tear gas come, you're not going to be able to run." Before me even done my sentence, I feel something drop on my foot. And then the fumes fly up in my face. I just start to feel it burn my face, burn my face. Couldn't see. I feel like me they get blackout. Listen, me start turn around and I see the crowd run, go south, and I decide I'm going to run behind them. But something tell me, no run behind them. Find little fresh air. So I turn, jump over one fence. Paradise Casino fence. And you hear me say, me take off, right? Me jump over the fence there. And I just wanted some fresh air because at that point, I felt like I was going to black out. I could not see. My face burned and I could not breathe. And I went and I sat down on the grass and I started to take some deep breath. Then grass is so high, I couldn't even see. When I look back, I couldn't see. After I feel a bit better now, I head back up to the road and you know what I see? I see a big opening, I could have just stepped through. Imagine me scale on fence and me could have just walked through the road. So me sneak in now and there was Brother Chaco and Brother Baldwin coming across. Gladys, come. Jump in the vehicle and we head down to the crowd. But the point is, them a wicked set of people. They had no order to tear gas us. That's a wicked act. That's the worst offense. That's the worst Prime Minister ever could have allowed that to happen. And the member of Parliament for St. John's Russell, when them fire rubber bullets and tear gas into Low Otters, Tyndall Road, Joseph Lane, Low All Saints Road, Kentish Road, you know hear you know see no representation whatsoever. And the worst Prime Minister ever and the worst cabinet ever. Brothers and sisters, the United Progressive Party and Gladys Potter are the right choice because we would never ever violate your right to choose. UPP and Gladys Potter are the right choice because we would never ever force you to do what we want. Good leaders inspire, not force. Let me say that again. Good leaders inspire, not force. If you know you deserve good leaders that will inspire you and not force you, honk your horn. UPP and Gladys Potter are the right choice because we would never ever order or condone the release of tear gas or rubber bullets on you. We would never ever scare you into submission. UPP and Gladys Potter are the right choice because we respect you. We value you. UPP and Gladys Potter soy la elección correcta porque te representamos y te la... Let me read over that. Let me catch myself. And Brother Baldwin, don't laugh. UPP and Gladys Potter soy la elección correcta porque te respetamos y te valoramos. Did I say that good, everybody? Valoramos!
Social media account. Watch them. Miserable. Already said what I said it is. Yeah, one night for the big idea. Block all of them and they really did. Block all of them. I'm all in the she we know like block all of them. Don't you see them is so like block all of them. Since when them is a highlight, block all of them. Yeah, block all of them. Now I know you want to retribute, but you must stand in your resolute. Never have to take your
to contribute. That's why the living is destitute. How them see you and one prostitute when they want kids as a prostitute, playing with people like a flute. All of them get picked like a fruit. Look all of them. All in a tree we go like. Look all of them. You see them is go like. Look all of them. That's when them knees are high like. Look all of them. Look all of them. His fingers him block off. His fingers him block away. Fingers him block off. His fingers him block away. His fingers him block off. His fingers him block away.
Well, good night, good night, good night. I see City East in the house. Good to see you, good to see you. Well, brothers and sisters, we've had a wonderful night here tonight. Would you agree with me? We've had a fantastic meeting here tonight. And I just want to commend and congratulate all the speakers who came before me here tonight. I think the people of Antigua and Barbuda can be assured that we have a team of committed men and women capable of leading this country to brighter and more prosperous days. But as I speak to you tonight, you know, many of you would be following the news. And you would know that even though some of the news you're hearing has to do with events taking place hundreds of miles away, we have to be very mindful of the impact that these events will have on us. Many of you would have heard about the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And some of us would say, well, that's a good distance away. But I want you to understand that these events can have a very serious impact on us right here in Antigua. What does it mean for us? First, I want everybody to understand that we have to brace for the rise in fuel prices. We have to understand that even though we store oil here in Antigua, so the oil that we have, or the fuel, would have been purchased at prices that will not affect us immediately at this time. But unless that war ends tonight or tomorrow morning, we are going to be affected one way or another. We also have to recognize that the electricity that we use is powered by generators, and those generators use oil. And once you have an increase in the price of oil, you're going to see the fuel variation that's going to go up. And that's going to mean higher electricity prices. Now, with these higher prices in fuel, higher prices in electricity, we're also going to see higher food prices, because the ships and the planes that bring the imported goods here, they also use oil. And so the oil that they use, once that price goes up, shipping costs will go up also. Prices for food will also go up. So we have to brace ourselves and understand that these changes are coming. But have you heard this administration, with all that is happening, have you heard them say anything at all to address this issue? To say, well, they are looking to see how they can bring some kind of relief to the people of this country. Nothing at all. You hear about the cost of living. They have said nothing at all as far as that is concerned. And so we believe that we have a responsibility even at this time to begin to show that something not only can be done, but something must be done. And one of the things that we say is that we as a government, once we are elected, we will put a freeze on gasoline, diesel, cooking gas, and all fuel-related products to make sure that we do not create even more hardship than what will be coming. We have to make sure that we keep those prices stable, keep them at the level where they now are. And why do I say that? There was a time when fuel prices were very low. The price of a barrel of oil on the world market was very low. You know, when we were in government, the price was up to $140, $150 a barrel. That's very high. In the later years, just a few years ago when this administration came in, they had the benefit. Oil prices went way down. I'm sure you heard it. At one point, they were even begging people to take oil. But you did not get any of that benefit of the lower price of oil on the world market. We said, therefore, if when the price was low, you didn't get the benefit, when the price is high, they should not punish you. And so our policy would be to freeze the prices right where they are so that we do not pass on that burden to the people, because when they got the benefit, you didn't share in that benefit. That's the first thing that we will do. The second thing that we will do, we will negotiate new arrangements, just like we did with Venezuela when we came into power. We will negotiate new arrangements with Venezuela, with Trinidad, with Guyana, and any country that we can establish a relationship with, so that we can get a subsidy program similar to what we have with the Petro-Carib out of Venezuela. But we would get active, be proactive, and make sure that everything that we do is for the benefit and for the good of our people. The third point in our 5-point plan, we will engage right here in Antigua all the major stakeholders to design an energy revolution plan. And it will be a win-win for everyone. And this will include incentives for the importation of electric cars. Now we feel that the time has come when we must incentivize this. We have to zero rate some of these imports so that we reduce our dependence on oil. Because the way it is going, we have to find ways that our people can drive vehicles that are easier and cheaper to maintain, and where we will reduce, as I said, the total dependence on the oil imports. The fourth point in our 5-point plan is that we will launch a public education campaign so that you, the consumer, will have all the information you want, so that you will be conscious about your energy usage, so that you will be able to take greater control of the decisions that you make as far as the use of energy is concerned. And this is to make sure that we can target ways in which you can save so that you spend less on any item that is fuel-based. Finally, and this one, some of you may wonder what it means, but what we're saying is we will hedge our oil buying to protect against the higher prices. What that means is you make sure that you hunt around so that you can buy cheap oil and store it. We have the tanks at West Indies Oil, and the idea would be for us to hedge. That means you use the cheap ones when you can get it, and you store it so that when the price goes up, you can rely on the cheaper one that you have purchased. Now we feel that these are concrete things that can be done. But we are not going to be surprised if in another day or two we hear that that is what they plan to implement. I can tell you, when I came on this platform and announced that a UPP administration within the first 100 days would immediately review the minimum wage, because the last time there was a
to get another work permit if you change your job. And then we heard them now last week. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to make the work permit industry-based instead of employer-based, which is the way it is now. UPP! We are the party with the ideas. Well, you know what happened now? Somebody was telling me now, a police officer, he said, look, they cut the minimum wage from you. They cut the water program from you. They cut the work permit program from you. He said, do me a favor. Tell them UPP can give police some big raise. Make them cut that now. So, what we're saying is, all the good ideas, we see them taken, but we don't mind. because we have plenty more ideas than what we already put out there, and you're going to get those details when we put our manifesto.
We're just giving them the extras that are just the cutter, the load till they come. So we are going to bring forth solid proposals and ideas to move this country forward. And I want everybody to be assured that the United Progressive Party is the party of choice. You've heard everyone speak here tonight. And I just want to say that as we're here in Radio Range, let there be no doubt about it. We are here to give our full support to Sister Gladys Potter. And we want to make sure that the people of this constituency, that they come out in their numbers and give their support to Sister Gladys. And we also want to reach out to all the others in the neighboring constituencies. Brother Jonathan, Brother Richard, Brother Franz de Freitas, all from this community and in this neighborhood. The UPP is going to bring about a complete change in this country. And we are happy to see so many of you who have come out here tonight, because we understand that the momentum is building and people understand that a change is coming. But I want to thank everyone who has been here, because there are many more rallies that will come, and we look forward to your support. And we want to just assure everyone that we have the plans, we have the programs, we have the men, and we have the women. I want to end by just pointing out on two things. One has to do with the confusing way in which the taxes and the restrictions and the protocols have been exercised, causing great confusion at the airport. I heard from someone today who is in the tourism business, and they asked me please to talk about it. The fact that they had a group of travel agents here recently, and some of them, they say they love Antigua. Antigua is a beautiful place. But what they said was, first and foremost, and they put it in writing, I strongly urge that the current travel advisory is rewritten more clearly, so that restrictions and arrival requirements are easier for travelers to understand. I'm sure most of you who have traveled know exactly what they're talking about. It's nothing but confusion. Sometimes you hear you have to have the vaccine. Sometimes you hear you have to have testing. Then you hear, no, you don't need no vaccine. Then you hear you can do the PCR test. Then you hear they can do the rapid test. This is coming, what I just read, is coming from a travel agent. And they're saying they love the country. But the people who are in charge, they're confusing people. And instead of people wanting to come, people are now saying, this is what they said, when you get your act together. They're saying, when we get our act together. Well, I want to tell such people, soon and very soon, we will get our act together under a new administration called the United Progressive Party. It would be remiss of me if in leaving tonight I didn't express my sorrow and my sympathy for those persons who have been affected by the fire down in Point. This is a terrible shame and disgrace and a blot on this country. That they had to get a fire truck from All Saints, one fire truck, to go down to Point. And I understand that the last count is something like 7 houses have been destroyed. That could have been avoided. I hear it's 11 houses have been destroyed. One fire truck in modern Antigua. And I can say proudly and without fear of contradiction, they did the same thing in 2004 when we got in. And we had to order 6 brand new fire trucks when the UPP was elected to office under the leadership of Baldwin Spencer. We had to order brand new fire trucks because they are so busy with self-enrichment that the things they're supposed to study, they're not studying. So 7 house burned down, 11 house burned down because only 1 fire truck. Can that be right? For any modern government, for them to have people house burning down because no fire truck? And you know, it's just this morning, I was driving past the fire station. And when I'm going up and I look left, not a single fire truck was parked anywhere there. And you know, when you pass fire station, you always see at least 2 fire trucks, sometimes 3. When UPP was there, are 4 fire trucks parked up in there. And now, not even 1, they had to get 1 from All Saints, and 11 house burned down in the point. That's wickedness, it's negligence, and they have to go. Brothers and sisters, honk your horn if you want labor gone. Brothers and sisters, if you're ready for the UPP, let me hear you. Brothers and sisters, if you're ready for Sister Gladys Butler, let me hear you. If you're ready for the Redeem Team, let me hear you. You're ready for change, and you're ready for our level to run this country. Let me hear you. Oh, brothers and sisters, better days are coming. Better days are coming. No retreat, no surrender. No retreat, no surrender. One love, one heart, until I come again. Listen out for the date. We're going to All Saints West on the next rally. Listen out for the date. Seaview Farm is where we're going. Seaview Farm for the next rally. Listen out for the date. Stay tuned to your radio station.
Vote them out, we come and vote them out. We come and vote them out, we come and vote them out. We cannot vote them out, we come and vote them out. We come and vote them out, we come and vote them out. We come and vote them out, we come and vote them out. We come and vote them out, we come and vote them out.
We have made it abundantly clear that no one, absolutely no one in our country will be vaccinated if they do not wish to be. We uphold that right and respect it.
You hear lie? That is lie. Lie? You hear lie?
I just feel like people not understand me. I don't want to even give me a chance. Go to school, my hard skill. I'm a hard worker, but there's just not enough jobs out there. The economy is so bad that I'm ashamed to say that we're in the year 2022 and water hardly one near the pipe. Now them can't tell how we, in order to get a job, I must take the job. I understand the vaccine is a good thing and all that, but I just hate the fact that it's mandated. It's my body, it's my choice. I shouldn't be denied a job, education or benefits because the choices I make for my body. For me, this time, personally, the UPP is the right choice because they are the party of choice.
My father died when I was just 5 years old. My mother came from Willikie's village. She had 5 young mouths to feed, and she toiled on her sewing machine to make ends meet. She was a strong woman who taught us right from wrong. And even though she struggled, the choices she made put us on the right path. I made the choice to work hard, play by the rules, and get an education. I had a number of opportunities, but I chose to return to Antigua and inspire the next generation. I taught at the Antigua Grammar School, and it's here that I saw firsthand how education transforms lives. I made the choice to get into politics because of the lack of resources that I saw in our schools. I saw how our teachers and families struggled whilst an elite few got ahead. When the people granted us the opportunity to serve in government, we had a lot of work to do. As Minister of Finance, I helped to clean up the rot of 30 years of one-party rule. We saw our country through the global financial crisis and the Stanford collapse. Through all of that, we introduced the school meals program, the school uniform program, and laptops for children. While we were not perfect, no one is perfect but Almighty God. We worked day in and day out to defend the nation and put people first. Today I see too many families struggling for a lack of jobs and the mental stress that comes with it. The cost of living is out of control. And for too many of us, water is still not readily available. And our needed pension checks are not coming on time. While the elite few did well, the ABLP denied you the right to choose what you put in your body. Whilst we believe in vaccines, we don't believe it's the responsibility of government to control your bodies. We will bring an end to all the mandates. This election is about choice, and we believe that we are the right choice because we give you the choice.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Beautiful people, are you ready to get off your feet and release that blue energy? We'll move to the front of the class and throw your hands up in the air for The Right Rhythm. The Right Rhythm, a weekly musical experience featuring Antigua and Barbuda's top DJs. 2 hours of musical entertainment every Friday night from 8 p.m. on UPP, YouTube TV, and streamed live on all media platforms, as well as Progressive 107.3 FM. It's The Right Rhythm, brought to you by the United Progressive Party. The right choice.
The United Progressive Party. The right choice.